Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Adidam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya-dhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavaditam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda everyone. We welcome you all to yet another wonderful Bhava Samadhi Darshan with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Today, Swamiji will be giving the Chandisha Bhava Samadhi Darshan to us as a part of the ongoing pre-program series for the Paramashivam program starting on the February 9th of this year. Along with the program, we are going to be learning multiple things. Who is Chandisha Bhava Samadhi? Who is Chandisha Murthy? What are the various powerful cognitions, powerful truths he represents, as well as how we can, in our practical life, applicably use this power manifestation science and the powerful cognitions being revealed by Chandisha Murthy. But before all of this, I'd like to go through two things with all of you today. And both of these are very important and very special breaking news about Kailasa. The first one being the clarification of the Interpol notice of the non-existential into which was being spread false rumors and allegations being spread by media sources. As we can see here, this post is from the official page of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the official Facebook handle. And we can see here that the media reveals the truth about the no Interpol notice against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where there was no Interpol notice placed on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to begin with. And also goes to say that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Interpol has debunked the spate of disinformation in media of any Interpol notice or diffusion against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in deference to the fact that he is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and head of the state of the United States of Kailasa. The persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also been recognized in the United Nations, international bodies, and other multiple countries. Baseless rumors spread about Interpol notices being issued against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Media like the News Minute have revealed the truth of no Interpol notice against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, along with clear evidences of letters directly from Interpol on the same matter. So we can see here the official Interpol notices. You can actually visit this post on Facebook, where the references and links to the News Minute report, as well as letters which state from the Interpol that no case has been put on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, have all been linked in. Yes, as you can see here, this is a version of the this is the snippet from the official report from Interpol saying that no issue has been placed on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. All these detailed references and the news media outlet article all have been linked in the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's main Facebook page. And moving on to the next special breaking news from Kailasa, about Kailasa, is from the United Nations recognizing the persecution happening on the Supreme Pontiff of Hindu, on Kailasa's Nithyananda Gurukul, as well as Kailasa's children and women. The report on the special rapporteur on the sale and sexual exploitation of children, including child prostitution, child pornography, and other child sexual abuse material, on reparation for child victims and survivors of sale and sexual exploitation. The weaponization of sexual violence targeting women and children, especially of minority traditions, is part of a more pervasive and systematic campaign targeting certain indigenous spiritual traditions, minority communities, and their leaders. One such indigenous spiritual tradition, currently targeted for extermination by the deep state elements in the Hindu aboriginal indigenous agriculture tribes, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Kailasa's Nithyananda Gurukul, which is the traditional residential education system of the AIAT, is one of the core components of the AIAT. From a tender age, they learn the 64 Vidyas, types of knowledge, in a unique method of knowledge transmission. Since the year 2010, deep state elements have forcibly and unlawfully shut down the indigenous Nithyananda Gurukuls, depriving several terrorist attacks, depriving several AI human rights and right to education. Several terrorist attacks continue on the AIAT Gurukul schools and the children to destroy the Gurukul indigenous education system, ironically by the state bodies responsible for. And if you scroll down, you can see the links of from the official United Nations website, linking their website where these articles and reports have been published. Both of these newses have been presented and are available. You can visit Kailasa's Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's official Facebook handle to see the posts, or you can visit the United Nations official website as well. Going to the Facebook post, the references and the links to all these reports and everything we have mentioned about Interpol and about United Nations recognizing the persecution, both are available on Facebook, and you can directly, from the Facebook post, visit these websites and channels to see for yourself the persecution being recognized by international bodies around the world, as well as expressing their support and solidarity with Kailasa and with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. With this, we're going to be entering into the official introduction, the grand narrative of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was born on January 3, 1978, in the holy town of Tiruvannamalai in South India. At the tender age of 3, on 17th of July 1981, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was initiated into the Bala Sannyas, which is a ritualistic ceremony to initiate a young one into the monkhood as a child saint. This initiation was performed by enlightened beings, masters, and the predecessors of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was identified as an incarnation by multiple enlightened beings, such as Yogi Yogananda Puri and masters like Vidwan Panduranganar and the 230th Guru Mahasanidhanam of the Tonde Mandaladinam of Kanchi Mutt. These are the various masters and enlightened beings who were part of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's early childhood and nurtured the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the grand mission the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing today. At the age of 16, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was officially coronated as to revive Kailasa. You can see here the photograph of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with his guru, Mata Vibhudananda Puri, who performed the official induction as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the successor into the lineage to revive Kailasa. This initiation happened, the coronation ceremony happened at the age of 16 for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and along with the induction as the successor, the traditional items of the kamandalu, the conch, and the wooden staff were all handed over from guru to disciple as part of the tradition. Here we are looking at the early days in the mission. In the left hand side corner, we see a black and white photo, which is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in front of the first temple monastery complex the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism built for his guru, Mahataji Vibhudananda Puri. This complex was built by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism personally by his own hand, brick by brick, and was built for Mata Vibhudananda Puri under the guidance of his gurus. Later in the year 2001, on April 14th, at the age of 23, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism inaugurated the first Kailasa temple monastery complex in Tiruchengodu, South India. As you can see in the photo at the bottom left-hand most corner, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's own handwritten annotation of the historic event was written on top of the photograph. A year later, on the 4th of November 2002, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism inaugurated and established the headquarters of Adi Kailasa Sarvanya Peetham. By the year 2004, at the age of 26, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started conducting mass living enlightenment conventions all across the globe, taking people through powerful cleansing processes of the 7 energy bodies. These sessions, these conventions, initiations not only happened in India, but in various parts of the globe as well, including Europe, North America, Canada, and others. In the year 2007, in the year 2005, age of 27, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was welcomed with the proclamation statement in St. Louis by Francis G. Slade, the mayor of St. Louis at that time. Here we can see more glimpses of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting these mass living enlightenment initiations all across the globe, in Oklahoma, in various other places of North America and Europe. Here we can see further living enlightenment initiations being conducted in the Kumbh Mela, which is a grand festival celebrated all over India. Here in the year 2015 in Nasik, you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism giving the living enlightenment initiations to thousands of people who have gathered. As the same in the year 2016 in the Ujjain Kumbh Mela, where even more people received this living enlightenment initiations. Now, we're going to be looking at the various coronations which have happened to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The first one being when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was very young. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kanchi Tonde Mandaladinam. The next initiation, the next coronation which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism received was in the year 2002 of the coronation as the incumbent emperor of the Suryavamshi Surangi Samrajya. In the following years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the present 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharma Mukti Adinam. In the year 2012, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Kailasonata as the 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasonata Shyamalapita Sarvanya Peetham in Madurai. In the year 2013, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhada, which is the oldest, largest apex monastic order. In the year 2014, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Atal Akhada, which is the head of all spiritual leaders and is the most ancient apex body of Hinduism. In the year 2015, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 spiritual leaders and pontiffs. Kailasa is a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation whose vision is living enlightenment for all of humanity. Kailasa's mission is to revive and share with today's world the practical applications of the greater sciences of authentic Hinduism, including Hindu cosmic physics, Hindu alchemy, Hindu cosmology, Hindu biology, Hindu mathematics, power manifestation, and other sciences as revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. These sciences were once practiced freely all across the 56 nations spread across the continent, but are now facing extinction due to a persecution being faced over a millennium. Here we can now see the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations and the initiatives which they have performed, over 108 initiated by Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for a variety of humanitarian services, which collectively allows for the creation of an enlightened, peaceful, sustainable, equitable, resilient, and thriving world. One of these many projects which we are going to be looking at right now is the No Hungry Home project offered by Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for nutritious food and a hunger-free world. More than 1 billion meals have been served by Kailasa over the past 27 years. Every month for the past 27 years, the Hindu ASMT community has organized more than 3 million Annadan services. Annadan service is the traditional service offering the free organic meals during religious gatherings, free for all and without discrimination. More than 10,000 meals are served on a daily basis, and on festival days, this number increases to 100,000 meals, all served free of cost and without discrimination. As you can see here in these photos, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself is involved in the Annadan service. He personally, with his own hands, serving the devotees, disciples, and various people who have come to receive the Annadan service. Here we have the Sri Kailasa preventive and protective centers offered by Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for affordable and holistic healthcare. During the pandemic, a global catastrophe, a global event which shook the world and created a lot of insecurity for all of us and for many other people across the globe, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the only one who created a safe haven to protect ourselves from the COVID-19 pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism converted his temple monastery complexes into multi-layer quarantine facilities. These multi-layer quarantine facilities were offered free to all people, and regardless and without discrimination of their age, gender, caste, creed, ethnicity, color, social economic status, and so on. Not only that, but basic facilities such as food, shelter, medical care, and internet were all provided free of all cost and for an indefinite amount of time. More than 30 million citizens follow the Kailasa's 28-day spiritual regimen in the year 2020. Next, we have Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for education reform and development, offering the Nithyananda Hindu University and the Nithyananda Gurukul projects. Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, established the Nithyananda Hindu University, which is the world's largest Hindu university. Nithyananda Hindu University has more than 70 million enrollments, 7,000 free courses and extended campuses in 150 countries. The Nithyananda Gurukul was inaugurated and established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 2nd of October 2006. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the revival of the authentic and ancient Adi Shaivite Guru-disciple education system, which is an authentic knowledge transmission system based on the fundamental principles of enlightenment. Next, we can see here Sri Kailasa's Uniting Nations projects for protecting the Hindu scriptures. These projects are the Nithyananda Hindu Jnanalaya project, which is the library, and the Hinduismpedia project. The Nithyananda Hindu Jnanalaya was established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to collect and preserve the 1 billion Hindu scriptures, while ensuring that knowledge is made accessible and shared free of all cost. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has authored more than 10,000 books, which have been written in 3 different languages, which have been translated into 50 other different languages, and has published more than 10,000 articles, has given more than 10,000 free discourses with a combined total view of 1 billion. The Hinduismpedia project is where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the collection of more than 15 terabyte of material collected by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, of digital books, rare manuscripts from all the 19 Sarvanya Pitas, ancient mats, and ashrams. More than 1 million pages on Hinduism have been collected, and a collection of 20 digital books, 1,000 e-textbooks, and 1,000 articles and 100,000 articles on various topics of Hinduism have been collected in these projects. The next offering we are seeing by Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations is for global peace and religious harmony, offering the confluences for world peace. In the year 2009, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized a month-long peace walk covering 1,000 kilometers in 1,000 villages to bring together in harmony from all walks of life to promote feeling, connection, and oneness among people. During the walk, health camps were conducted in villages along its path. The next project which we are looking at right now is the Women Empowerment Programs offered by Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for feminine empowerment and gender equality. One of the first projects which we are seeing here is the Kailasa's Yogini Sarvini Peetam, which was established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as various yoga and meditation universities to empower the quality of life and emphasis on life solutions through the Vedas and Agamas, empowering the indigenous rural women, fighting against wrongful gender stereotyping, gender-based violence, and lack of inclusive and quality learning education. Some of these initiatives include Kailasa's Nithyananda Lakshmi, which is a microfinancing project, Kailasa's Women Foundation and Women Empowerment Self-Help Centers, which have been launched in 108 different places across the globe since its initiation in 2009. We have Kailasa's Ankita program, providing foundational literacy about the working of basic community services and infrastructural establishments, as well as Kailasa's Ashraya program, providing vocational training programs to rural and indigenous women to provide equal opportunities and access to independent, self-sufficient financial environments for them. Not only this, but the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the Vedic feminism in Kailasa, where more than 80% of leadership positions are occupied women. Here we're looking at one of the most historians in the history of Sri Kailasa. Before that, we're going to be looking at Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations offerings in the field of yoga. First is the Nityananda Kriyas, which are 108 scientifically validated Kriyas revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, specifically targeting 108 major diseases and disorders such as diabetes, arthritis, blood pressure, and rheumatism. The next is Kailasa's Shivastambha Yoga and Kundalini Rajju Yoga. Both are ancient forms of yoga which were revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. These different types of yoga, in which yogic asanas, postures, and weight balancing techniques are performed to create the yogic physiology, aligning it to the cosmic geometry to manifest superconscious powers in all of us. Not only that, but the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was awarded 2 Guinness World Records for the largest rope yoga and Kundalini Rajju Yoga, pole yoga, Shivastambha Yoga classes, bringing worldwide attention to these extraordinary forms of yoga. These Guinness World Records were received by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 30th of September and 3rd of October, respectively. We are now looking at one of the most historic moments in the history of Kailasa and the Kailasa nation. As you can see here, Kailasa, the first nation of Hindus, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, spoke on behalf of 2 billion Hindus globally, the Hindu diaspora, at the 14th session of the United Nations Forum on Minority Issues. A significant milestone in the history of Hindus and the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa happened on the 2nd of December 2021. His Excellency Sri Nitya Moksha Priyananda, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Kailasa, represented the persecution of Hindus at the 14th session of the United Nations Forum on Minority Issues. The theme of the forum was conflict prevention and the protection of indigenous human rights of minorities. This was the first time the plight of persecuted Hindu minorities was represented in the United Nations. The ongoing systematic, and generational attacks on Hindu diaspora were highlighted in this meeting. We are now looking at the torture and murder attempts by the state and non-state actors on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. More than 70 assassination attempts in India and physical attacks in the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, both in India and abroad, have been attempted. 40 attacks on community members, destruction of monasteries and temples, 30 incidences of attacks of molestation and rape of women and women monks, intense lawfare through the 100 false legal cases, all but one are dismissed. The entire government mechanism, politically owned media, police, judiciary control, the inciting of mobs through the social media. All of these are just but a few of the many different lawfare techniques and illegal persecution ways through which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was illegally persecuted. But despite all of everything which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been, Swamiji was steadfast in his resolution and Kailasa nation for all Hindus to revive and protect this ancient Hindu Dharma and give the superconscious the whole of humanity. One of the important ways the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving Hinduism as well as giving the superconscious breakthrough to the whole of humanity is through the power manifestation science. The manifestation science was established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and dates back its originality in the scriptures of Vedas and Agamas. In the next segment, we're going to be learning more about the science of power manifestation, as well as learning the scriptural reference for these powers, the 463 powers mentioned by Paramashiva in the Veda Agamas. Not only that, but we are also going to be seeing a live demonstration of the power of third eye in consciousness over matter. So please stay tuned. We'll be back with you after a short break.
A more intelligently connected world leads to a brighter future. An enlightened humanity leads to a better world. During the Paramashivam program, we help people to discover their superhuman possibilities and help them to find and achieve the true purpose of their birth by giving them the techniques, practices, and methodologies from the Veda Agamas, the original source scriptures of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the ancient original Vedas and Agamas in all its glory, in a user-friendly way for the modern mind. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is transforming human beings into divine beings, reviving, initiating, and replicating the 463 powers from the Agamas revealed by Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is not just giving solutions for every problem man faces, but is making them irrelevant to their lives by transforming human beings into divine beings.
Listen. Any argument presented by your mind, body, your present reality to establish you are not Paramashiva. You are not omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent. Anything presented to prove you are not Paramashiva is illegitimate. Decide this. This is super determinism. Understand? Anything you declare as illegitimate will lose power over you, will die in few days, few minutes, maybe in few weeks, whatever few days it takes. It will not have power over you. Understand? This is the method for sudden enlightenment. This is the method for sudden enlightenment. It happens by the Shaktipada. Here Paramashiva is sitting to tell you all, you are Paramashiva. You are with Shaktipada and Shada.
The Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama is an extensive and thorough yoga sequence to prepare your body to receive the experience being given by the Supreme Founder of Hinduism. Through the yoga, which is aligned as per the source scriptures laid down by Paramashivam and the Agamas, you break all the impossibility in your body and in turn break the very cognition of impossibility. The program leads you to go beyond your human frame and limiting use, which prevents you from living your highest possibility.
I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment.
Again I tell you, I am not here to prove I am God, I am here to prove you are God.
Don't wait to become divine. Register now at paramashivoham.org.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Yes, so we welcome all the viewers back to the session. Now will be, before we enter into the power manifestation, we want to reiterate the beautiful victories that the Kailasa has got after from the various happenings that have been good auspicious happenings that have happened. So we want to share the two great happenings that have been which have happened for Kailasa in the past few days. So first is the Interpol notice. The what the Interpol has given a statement supporting Kailasa and saying that Kailasa and the supreme point of Hinduism is has known there is no any sort of notice which has been given against the supreme point of Hinduism, and Interpol stands supporting Kailasa and accepts that Kailasa that the supreme point of Hinduism is helping humanity. And then we also have the detailed reports and pictures and links which have been given in the description. All the viewers can take few minutes to read those things which have been given, and also share this with all your friends and family and tell them the truth about Kailasa and spread this truth to everyone so that everyone also knows the real truth and starts to understand that the Kailasa, how Kailasa is standing for Hinduism and at the large standing for humanity. And then we also have the report from the UN also, which has given another report stating its support for its recognition of the various persecutions that have been happened on the children and the women and at the large the whole Hinduism and the whole Sanatana Dharma. UN also understands and has given their strong statement and statement of support for Kailasa and recognize the various persecutions that have happened on Kailasa. So the make sure that you go and visit this. Both of these posts are pinned as the featured posts in the Facebook page. So all of you viewers can go and even as soon as you enter the Facebook page, you will see both the posts being pinned at the top, and you can share this with all your friends and family and share it to as many groups, forward it to other people so that they also know how the Hinduism has been attacked and how the Supreme Founder of Hinduism is standing to revive it and support the whole of humanity to go to the next super conscious breakthrough. So now we'll be entering into the power manifestation. We'll be understanding the various truths about power manifestation and ultimately having a live demonstration of the powers. So first let's understand what is power manifestation and what Paramashiva has told about it in the Agamas. So in the Veda Agamas, the source scriptures of Sanatana Dharma, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest the 463 extraordinary Shaktis. Manifesting powers are described in a systematic method and science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to the various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are divine. You need to manifest divinity and not you are a man and you need to reach divinity. So there's a direct difference in that. There's a fundamental difference in that. Now we're going to be understanding the difference between the Shaktis and the Siddhis. The Shaktis are the powers that manifest from the space of Paramashiva as a side effect of feeling connection with the Guru, whereas the Siddhis are powers that manifest from penance for enlightenment. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are manifested on the path of enlightenment. Then the Shaktis manifest in every ordinary human after initiation from the living incarnation, whereas the Siddhis only prevent us from attaining enlightenment. They divert us, not prevent, they divert us from enlightenment. And the Shaktis are permanent, whereas the Siddhis are not permanent. Now we are going to see the various ways these powers are validated scientifically and foolproofed to be manifested by every human. There are 4 different ways the manifestation is validated. There's the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural references, the direct revelations of Paramashiva, what Paramashiva has given to us in the Vedas and the Agamas. So that is the Shastra Pramana. The Apta Pramana is the time-tested, foolproof experiences and happenings that have happened in the past from the times of the ancient rishis who were the scientists and who gave us these high level knowledge, scientific knowledge about everything that we know, and including the recent most masters like Maharishi, Vivekananda, Ramakrishna, and all these great masters who came before us. Then we have the Atma Pramana, the experiences of the Supreme Founder of Hinduism, which have been validated and verified with the Shastra Pramana and the Apta Pramana. Then we have the Pratyaksha Pramana, which is the scientific study of these powers, what science is able to understand and derive from this power manifestation. We're going to be seeing the details of this in a few minutes, but first we have to understand who is the source and how these powers manifest. The source for these powers to manifest is Paramashiva, who is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause of which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time and space and form, and he is the causality as the fundamental base of manifest and the unmanifest, and he creates this whole cosmos and this whole existence to the five actions, the panchakritya. So this is the understanding about the source of how these powers are manifested. Then there's a very powerful cognition which has been given by the supreme point of Hinduism. When the Shaktis, when the truths, the powerful cognitions, which are the jnana, which is mapped into the consciousness, the prajna, it manifests as possibilities and powers of every being. Now we are going to be seeing the details of each of the pramana one by one and understand what Paramashiva has given to us. So first we are seeing the Shastra pramana for the power of the third eye, which is the source, is the main center in our body, which actually allows the Paramashiva energy to flow through us. The Shastra Pramana, which is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, a scripture which has been directly given to Paramashiva Shakti by Paramashiva. So in that, the 34th verse gives us the understanding about how the powers manifest from the third eye. The verse goes, Kapalantarmanonyasa tishtannilita lochanaha ramena manaso dhadyat lakshayet lakshyamuttamam. Paramashiva says, by having the mind fixed on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession to the third eye, that stability of the mind and the inner space gives the seer the power to see through the third eye and he sees the direct vision of the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, having the vision beyond the sight of and reveals any object and place attaining the space of oneness with Paramashiva. So we can see how in this verse directly the Supreme Paramashiva is giving us the direct understanding about how the powers manifest from the third eye. Next we have the Apta Pramana, which is the experiences and historical events showing us and validating the signs of power manifestation. Here we can see the beautiful happening of the Mahabharata, and in the Mahabharata, Bhagavan Shri Krishna initiates Arjuna into the third eye. So the story goes that Arjuna was in the battlefield and he wanted to see the Vishwarupa Darshana, the cosmic form of Bhagavan Shri Krishna. So when Arjuna requests Krishna to show that form, Krishna tells Arjuna that you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you the divine vision of the third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. And then Arjuna is able to see the cosmic form of the whole of Bhagavan Shri Krishna, and he sees the whole cosmos and describes the various aspects of the cosmic form in the 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. Then we have the Atma Pramana, the experiences from the Supreme Point of Hinduism. In his own words, the Supreme Point of Hinduism says that the first experience that I had, I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degrees and 10 directions. Everything I realized, not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience all that as me. So we can see here how the Supreme Point of Hinduism's experience matched directly to the Shastra Pramana. Here we are seeing the scientific evidence, the Pratyaksha Pramana, which has been manifested, which has been revealed to us by the scientific research which has been conducted directly on the Supreme Point of Hinduism. So here we can see a study was conducted on the supreme point of Hinduism, and they had conducted the positron emission tomography test on the supreme point of Hinduism. And when they did that, they saw high level of brain activity from the place of the third eye, which is in the frontal lobe. So they were able to see high amount of energy and high frequency waves being emitted from the third eye of the supreme point of Hinduism. And this same results has been replicated in the Balasans and various other yogis who have manifested this power. Here we can see now we are going to enter into the one of the powers that manifests from the space of the third eye, which is the power of consciousness over matter. The power is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 120, Dharana 95. The verse goes, Kvachid vastuni vinyasya shanay drishtim nivartayet tajnanam chitta sahitam devi shunyalayo bhavet. Paramashiva says, having fixed one's eyes on a particular object, Vastu, one should slowly eliminate and withdraw the sight from that object as well as slowly eliminate the knowledge and the impressions of that object. Then, O Devi, one abides in Shunya, the state where there is nothing other than this exists, which is the state of all inclusiveness and infinity. So here we can see how Paramashiva has given us a beautiful detailed step-by-step procedure for how the power of consciousness over matter manifests in every one of us. Now we are going to be having a live demonstration of this power where I'll be demonstrating this power of consciousness over matter to all of you so that we can all experience the space and the powers of Paramashiva. And now I'll be how we'll be manifesting this power is I will be placing my hand on a flat surface and the Atmalinga will be placed on my hand. And then by the connection and the oneness with Paramashiva, I will be making the Atmalinga to stand. So the goal of this power is not just making the Atmalinga stand, but it is ultimately allowing Paramashiva to flow through us. Because when we manifest powers, we are ultimately creating the high state of consciousness with Paramashiva, which is creating a strong environment to create the reality and create the field of oneness in all the viewers watching it so that you can manifest your realities. So now I'll be showing the close up.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Yes, so now we can see my Atmalinga. So now we can, as we know, the Atmalinga is made out of a crystalline material. So no kind of magnet can be used to make the Atmalinga to move, or there cannot be any external things that can be used to create the movement in the Atmalinga. and then you can see my hand, that there is there's nothing in my hand which is there, which can be used to make the Atmalinga to move. So you can see that there is no strings or anything that is tied to my hand, which can be used to make the Atmalinga move. And then I have this tissue paper over here, which I'll be using to show that there is no kind of strings which can be used to make the Atmalinga to move. Place the Atmalinga on my hand. I will be circling the Atmalinga with the tissue paper to show that there is no kind of external thing which is being used to pull the Atmalinga or anything. Now I'm placing the Atmalinga on my hand, and now I'm just circling my Atmalinga, showing that there is no kind of any external things which are being used. So even you can see that when the tissue paper is moved, the Atmalinga is stable. So we can know that there is no kind of strings or anything which is there on any side which is making the Atmalinga move. So now I'll be chanting the Mahavakya. And when I chant the Mahavakya, all of the viewers watching us now can also chant along. Now I'll be connecting with Paramashiva, and this is the best time all of you can also use to create any reality that you want, so that when I am creating the space of oneness with Paramashiva, it will also be affecting you, because we are all entangled now. And as you are watching this same mirror neurons which are being created, the neurological pathways which are being used to create this effect, because when these kind of power manifestations manifest, we have seen high amount of gamma waves and emitted from the brain. So at that time, it creates the high space for anyone who's seeing this to also replicate that in their brain. So now I'll be chanting the Mahavakya. You can also join with me and chant the Mahavakya. So you can manifest any reality that you want, or you can also manifest the same power. So now let us enter into the manifestation. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So now we have seen the beautiful manifestation of the power.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
So the best thing about the power manifestation is that it is aimed and it is programmed by the Supreme Founder of Hinduism to create the best reality in our life. It will never take us to any of the wrong paths, and it is focused only on creating a better life for humanity to live in a more enlightened world. As now we see so much of happening outside, so much of violence, so much of negativity happening around us. It is the best time that we can take to charge ourselves with the most powerful tools to create the best reality in all our lives. Of Hinduism has given us the beautiful opportunity to be part of the Paramashivoham. That the Supreme Founder of Hinduism is directly giving participants the opportunity and the tools required to create the best life they want. The amazing initiations and that the participants have had is there's no words to tell that. Like people who have been not able to sit for 50 years has just sat in 2 days after attending the program, and people have become have been able to raise almost $100,000 in just 2 weeks. So these kind of amazing manifestations are happening, and it's not some kind of magic which the Supreme Founder of Hinduism is doing. He is giving us the signs of becoming Paramashiva. So all of you can also. Sorry for the technical glitch. Yes, so I was saying that the Supreme Point of Hinduism is not doing it for us. He is giving us the tools from Paramashiva. So we have the QR code which is there. You can scan it with either your Android or Apple phone, and it will take you directly to the link paramashivoham.org, and you can just search, or if you want you can just search in Google Paramashivoham program registration, and you should land up in the Kailasa's events page, website home page, landing page, and there you will also have the link to go to the registrations page where you can create the intention. Because when you create an intention for anything in your life, that too for the betterment of your life, the cosmos always is there to support you. And when you create an intention, you are seeing the reality manifest. And when you see the reality manifest, you are creating that strong belief and cognition in you that I am manifesting the reality of Mahaparamashivoham. So now you can all take this beautiful time to register yourself and your family into this powerful program which is going to change your life forever. Now we'll be entering into a beautiful session with the Supreme Founder of Hinduism, where he will be giving us various understandings about reactionary assumptions. What is this reactionary assumptions and how it is so crucial about these in our life? Because the reactionary assumptions which we take at these kind of at critical moments in our life is the thing that turns our life into the most hardest times of our life. So when we know how to react and act at those times, we will be able to make more clear decisions and have a more better life in the space of Paramashivoham. So now we'll be entering into that video, and before that I request all the participants to sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Sit in either Padmasana, Sukhasana, or if you think no, I can't sit like that, it's fine. But the supreme point of Hinduism has given us the teaching that when we sit in these kind of yogic postures, the listening and the amount of knowledge which is being transferred through the cognitions of the supreme point of Hinduism will be even more stronger, because we'll be in a more state, in a higher state of listening. So that's the bring yourself to the space of listening and make sure that you take notes of all these truths which are being revealed by the supreme point of Hinduism, so that it becomes a knowledge bank for you, so that whenever you're in a space of powerlessness, the teachings and the truths and the powerful cognitions of the supreme point of Hinduism will directly be a pillar to raise you back to the space of Paramashivoham. So now let us sit straight with our head, neck and spine in a straight line. Let us come to the space of listening, and now let us enter into the video.
Supernal effulgence of Paramashiva, which is eternal inside you, cannot be reduced, cannot be stopped, cannot be taken away from you, but you can choose to get deluded in reactionary assumption patterns and reactionary assumption lifestyle and reactionary assumption patterns and lifestyle caused mess. Understand? The reactionary assumptions patterns, reactionary assumptions lifestyle, and the mess caused by reactionary assumptions and that lifestyle. Whether you are trying to clean up the mess or add more mess, it is delusion. Let me make it clear. The reactionary assumption patterns means assuming and reacting. Those patterns, I should call them as mala, toxins. Not only unnecessary, sitting inside you, dangerous, sitting inside you. There are some things unnecessary, but not dangerous. But there are some unnecessary and dangerous. Mala, toxins are not just unnecessary, but dangerous also. The reactionary assumption patterns, toxic and dangerous, not just unnecessary. Next. The reactionary assumption lifestyle. So, behaving this way and making decisions, becoming lifestyle. That is second. Third, the mess you made in your life due to this reactionary assumption patterns and reactionary assumption lifestyle. Understand? The fourth is the important statement I am making. Sometimes you go on adding to the mess in your life by continuing to operate based on reactionary assumption patterns, mala, and reactionary assumption lifestyle, pasa. If you are adding more and more reactionary assumption patterns and reactionary assumption pattern based lifestyle, you are adding more and more alahala poison in your life, and you are nicely getting by yourself. I did not utter, but you heard that word. Listen carefully. This is the most important punch. Even if you are trying to clean up the mess created by the reactionary assumption patterns and reactionary assumption lifestyle, even that will be delusion. The one and only solution is unclutching, withdrawing into supernal effulgence of Paramashivam. Listen. Supernal effulgence of Paramashivam. Unclutching, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, applying the Ishana principles, liberating cognitions, liberation principles. Yesterday's satsang I gave a very simple method. If you just internally tell yourself, okay, I am not going to struggle anymore with this business which is torturing me, with this job which is torturing me, with the relationship which is suffocating me, I am declaring liberation and I am withdrawing. Even if you take a conscious decision, don't do, I'm not saying divorce, I'm not saying resign the job, I'm not saying sell the company, no. I'm saying decide to create an inner space for yourself where you are not constantly functioning out of reactionary assumptions. This is what I call liberating cognitions, liberation principles. Withdraw. For 2 days till, I'm not going to get involved. Let me have my space. Let me sit with supernal effulgence of Paramashiva. Whenever you are continuously from the reactionary assumption mode and you are tired, demons and negative elements can enter into you, influence you, and turn you against the fundamental truths. That is why first thing you need to withdraw. Up to the liberation principles, liberating cognitions. Once you withdraw, you will know why you are still in that job, why you are still in that relationship, why without reactionaries and suffocations. Reactionary assumptions. After withdrawal and understanding, even if you want to continue that job, that relationship, that profession, that career, you will take responsibility for that lifestyle, for that decision. You will not be cursing anyone. You will not be suffocating yourself. You will not be torturing yourself and the other. Withdrawing from reactionary assumptions also will make you realize how much you act as enemy to yourself because of the poison society continuously. If society continuously calls you cheat, thief, abuser, something, slowly, even one part of you starts getting so angry, agitated, inability to defend yourself, you start drinking that poison. Listen carefully. That is why I am saying anger is like opening your door to send your army to attack, but many times when you open your doors of the fort, your fort's door to push your army out to wage the war, the opposite side army sneaks into your fort a little bit at least. That is why I am saying do not open the door called anger of your fort. Reactionary assumptions are like a fort's door. You may be thinking, no, I will get angry and send my soldiers, attack the enemy. No. When you open, sometimes the enemy soldiers sneak into the fort through the same door, and self-hatred is enemy soldiers sneaked into your fort and sitting inside your heart, grounding yourself deeply in unclutching Nirvikalpa Samadhi will give you the feeling you are legitimate. That's the most beautiful feeling Hinduism can give to the world. You are legitimate. You are not sinner. You are not slave. Amritasya putraha. You are the sons of immortality. Manifestations of immortality. Putra means extension, manifestation, living inheritor. Not just son or daughter. Living representation, living inheritor, extension. You are Amritasya putraha. You are living inheritor of immortality, living extension of immortality. I'll give you this insight. Listen to this. Remember, cognize, nothing which agitates you is reality outside. When I say nothing, nothing, really, really, really. Anything which agitates you, I'll put it in 2-3 ways so that there is no misunderstanding due to the words. I'll tell you in 2-3 ways. Anything which creates agitations in you, reactionary assumptions, acting and reacting, all of it is delusion and illusion. This cognition will only make you more responsible because you will have clear inner space. You will have an inner space where there is no chaos. Everything is order. There is no reactionary assumptions. Understand? I tell you. You always see the result and then decide whether what you are doing is right or wrong. But I tell you, you should always see the inner agitation and then decide whether you are doing right or wrong. Reality is subjective, and from there it starts. End does not justify means, because what you consider as end is delusion and illusion. Be grounded on subjective reality. From there, when you manifest, actually I tell you, if you understand this one truth, this one cognition, today you are liberated from all delusion, agitation, suffering, pain, problems. You know, everything, all the agitation, reactionary assumption, pain, patterns, powerlessness, everything is like a small wave on the surface of you. But inside you have a deep, powerful space, Paramashanta Swarupa. Absolute Paramashanta Swarupa. I tell you. Paramashanta Swarupa. Discovering, cognizing your internal Paramashanta Swarupa is Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Discovering, internalizing your Paramashanta Swarupa is enlightenment. That is highest reality. That is all the powerfulness. That is most superior way of existing. That is anti-aging. One important sacred secret. the chaotic surface, peaceful, orderly core, Paramashanta Swarupa. These two are not conflicting or contradicting to each other, they coexist. Order in the chaos, chaos in the order coexist. So do not be agitated because you have agitation. Do not worry because you have worries. Don't create complication. Understand? See, if you don't have reactionary assumptions, great. If you have reactionary assumptions, remember that is also a complementing part of your order and peace and Paramashanta Swarupa. It is not contradicting or conflicting. If you realize that, you will absolutely settle down. That settling space will help you to do what is right from subjective reality.
Question number 16 from Nasra from UAE. Beloved Swamiji, first thanks and gratitude for continuously upgrading us to the next level. Would like to enrich people in my country. Please guide me. How can I be a medium to tell about you, as the religious concern here restricted and Muslim people hard to convey your powerful message? Nithyananda.
Nasra, understand, all the jnana and vijnana, pure science and applied science I reveal to the world, is preserved in Vedas and Agamas in Hinduism. But I am beyond religions. I am beings. Your question is more with your reactionary assumptions. Just decide to do tyaga of all your reactionary assumptions and reach out to people with a tremendous compassion. Decide to initiate, work sincerely with tyaga. All your reactionary assumptions will be cleared. It will be too easy to reach out, especially in the country you are living and the people who are living in that country. Just understand that jnana and vijnana I revealed is preserved in Vedas and Agamas inside Hinduism. I am rooted in Hinduism, but I am available for the whole universe, all human beings and all beings ultimately. I am available for all. If you decide to do tyaga of your reactionary assumptions and maintain your will, persistence and work, you will be easily be able to reach out. If you decide to empower your reactionary assumptions, you can go on feeling as victim. If you decide to empower your will, persistence, you can enjoy victory. Empower will, persistence, enjoy victory. Don't empower reactionary assumptions, suffer victim mode.
Let me now come back to today's message. You associating yourself more and more with cosmos, existence of you. As I told, you have 25 faces. One face is your body. That's only one dimension of you, one face of you. Your cosmos is one more face of you. Till till December 14th, start enjoying more and more this phase you are cosmos. Because in cosmos, intense, accelerated expansion is happening. So if you connect with that, that will start happening in you also. In your body, in your mind, in your consciousness, whatever you think as you. Your relationships, your wealth, your health, your money, your bank balance will increase, your power manifestation will happen more. You will have beautiful people around you. You will have happy relationships. You will have smiley conversations. Giggly time spent with friends, family, relatives, and lots of sweet, beautiful, auspicious things will be happening. I tell you. When a man feels insecure, his first reaction is sexual activity. When man feels insecure, the first reaction is frightening, terrifying, fear, and destroying everything, doubting everything around her due to that fear. Understand? In both situations, you just need little bit of unclutching and relaxing into the truth you are cosmos. Develop this one phase in you. You are cosmos. You will see tons of your reactionary assumption based destructions will reduce. All women, if you teach your man, he is cosmos, and help him to unclutch, you will not be harassed, demanded, you won't feel exploited, you won't feel used. He will be such beautiful part of your existence. All men, listen, if you teach your women, they are cosmos and little unclutching. You don't have to shiver in your own home for that 3 days. You don't have to be shivering, terrorized, terrified. You can be relaxed. Realize this one truth. At least till December 14, add in you more and more understanding your cosmos. Add everyone around you in their life also. Support them to understand their cosmos.
Always cherish pure love. Always cherish pure love. Pure love is pure tyaga. It tremendous patience, tremendous tyaga. Understand, listen carefully. It will never be reactionary assumption. You will have tremendous tyaga for Paramashiva, and you will have the patience for Paramashiva to manifest in you. I tell you, tremendous pure love and waiting only becomes like a pure fire, purifying you more and more and more. It's like when we make bhasma, we first burn the burn the cow dung. And that ash also again we mix with the ghee, make ball, and ash is burnt again to make it more fine. In Tamil we call it pudambodudal. To make the bhasma or to make the herbal medicines or Siddha medicines in Siddha Ayurveda traditions. The Hindu medicine, all Hindu medicinal methods use this methodology called pudambodudal. Ashes will be burnt again and again, multiple way. I had the fortune of studying Siddha traditions under some of the great Siddha doctors in Tiruvannamalai. Isaki Swamigal himself is a great Siddha doctor. And I have seen this pudambodal, kaluvathil araithal, all this process I have seen. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Nithyananda, everyone. We're back. Beautifully, Swamiji explained about the reactionary assumptions, and the fundamental root why we are suffering. Even though we think that we are doing good, we think that our actions are reasonable, we still feel like we are suffering unnecessarily. We are going through so many problems which are not required in our life, which even we feel sometimes that what did we do to deserve this? The answer for all these questions is reactionary assumptions. For everything which happens in our life, instead of acting to them, we are reacting to it. If you look now into your life, into your past, even things which may have even happened today, since morning, if you deeply analyze it, you will find that all the conflicts, all the sufferings, all the incompletions which were created in those moments happened because you reacted to a situation and did not act out of the situation. There's a big difference between reaction and acting. As Swamiji beautifully explains, when you act in any situation, a space of completion from a space where you're not taking decisions out of your emotions or your incompletions. Reactionary assumptions happen when reactionary assumptions happen. You are reacting out of your irrational behavior thought patterns, thought currents, which are built on top of your incompletions. In this first step of the we are going to do today, we are going to be first penning down the situations which create agitation in reactionary assumptions, actions, and reactions. Take a few minutes now to pen down and identify in all the different situations which would have happened in your life over the past couple of days, or maybe even in the past couple of hours, and identify in each of these situations which created conflict, which created confusion, and which created incompletion, where you reacted in that situation and did not act out of completion. Take a few minutes down and pen down all the situations in which the agitation was created, reactionary assumptions happened. Analyzation exercises, which we do, it allows for our being to come to a deeper space of completion, which has to raise to a higher frequency during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. When the Bhava Samadhi Darshan is in progress, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is vibrating at a very high frequency of Mahakailasa. And as we seeing and having the darshan of this Bhava Samadhi darshan helps us to raise to that highest frequency. Having this deep space of completion in our beings, identifying and completing these incompletions allows this process to be a smooth and easy process. So please take a few minutes and pen down in these various situations in your life where the reactionary assumptions happen. or the distraction may be happening in your Vatavarna, in your space. Whatever it may be, maybe mobile devices, or work notifications, or something which may be happening in the house. It is only doing these internalization exercises you give time for yourself. If you sit and analyze your whole day from morning to night, you are mostly thinking about something else, thinking about next what is supposed to happen, or maybe having a reactionary assumption about a certain situation which is happening in your life, or maybe worrying or being in anxiety about something. But how much time are you actually for yourself, to work on yourself? We spend a lot of time furthering our professional careers, furthering our need to be done in our household, things which needs to be done in relation with our family and extended family responsibilities. But how much time are we actually taking to look and build ourselves, solve the problems which we are personally facing? It is only doing these internalization exercises, which span to a maximum of 10 to 20 minutes, where you sit with yourself and you look in and you solve the problems which you are facing with. You attend to the problems which you are facing in your life. So don't deny yourself this opportunity for the transformation and expansion to happen in your being. Allow yourself to be completely integrated, completely focused with the internalization exercise. Please continue to do the exercise sincerely, identifying all the places in your life, all the situations, various situations in your life, where you take decisions from reactionary assumptions. Where you get frustrated by the alarm clock which may be waking you up in the morning, or it can even be a big decision, something which would have happened in your office or in your workplace, where you acted irrationally out of your reactionary assumption thought patterns, and not handling the situation logically and maturely. Whatever may be the scale or the scope of the situation, of the decision you take, the source, root cause, root pattern is the reactionary assumption. In our life, when we are stuck in a certain aspect, a certain field, or a possibility in our life, it is not just limited to that certain aspect of your life. It expands, it spreads to all the other different aspects of your life as well. For example, if you have a pattern or an incompletion where you're unable to break a certain thing in your personal life, you have reactionary assumption reaction in your personal life. It can be even a simple thing of having a reactionary assumption when you see the dishes are not done in the kitchen. That same reactionary assumption, that same pattern, which manifests itself, which comes out, which expresses itself during those moments in the situation in the house, it is the same reactionary assumption pattern which will be affecting you in your job as well, in your professional career as well. Solving and completing these root thought patterns, these reactionary assumptions, brings completion in all the various aspects, various fields, various dimensions of your life. So please understand that this is not a completion which you are doing for a specific part of your life. It is completion to manifest and bring the reality of all the different aspects aspects of our life. We are multidimensional beings fundamentally. Hinduism says again and again, we are not just limited to this one body, this one form. Everything which happens around us, if we are facing a problem in a certain aspect of our life, that will reflect in all the other aspects of our life. If we lesion in another different part, an aspect in our life, that will reflect in all the other different various components and parts of our life. So now that we have identified and penned down all the reactionary assumptions and agitations, patterns which we are facing in our life, let us move to the next step of this process. Anything which creates agitations in you, reactionary assumptions, acting and reacting, all of its delusion and illusion, this cognition will only make you more responsible, because you will have clear inner space. You will have an inner space where there is no chaos. Everything is in order. As I mentioned earlier, these are the direct words of the Supreme Founder of Hinduism. The reactionary assumption which may be troubling you in your household, in your, before you leave for your job or before you enter into your work life, a pattern which is holding you there, holding you throughout your whole day and manifesting in different various scenarios in your life. So completing even just one reactionary assumption, one thought pattern which you may be suffering with, will bring tremendous change and tremendous transformation across all the different fields and aspects of your life. It is time to find where the inner agitation is deluding us. This is a process which only you can do for yourself. Only you will be able to identify where the delusion and where the inner agitation is happening in you. Take responsibility and decide that you will always see the inner agitation and then decide whether you are doing right or wrong, not what you see as a result, and then decide whether what you are doing is right or wrong. So do not be agitated because you have agitation. Do not worry because you have worries. If you realize that, you will absolutely settle down. That settling space will help you to do what is right from the subjective reality. The Supreme Founder of Hinduism is giving a very, very practical statement, very practical solution, which we can directly apply in our lives and prevent the influence of reactionary assumptions from taking control and overpowering our decision making and the way we live our life. If you realize that the reactionary assumptions, just because you have a worry, just because you have something which needs to be attended to, which needs to be thought through, just because you have a worry or you have something which needs to be accomplished, which needs to be done, you do not necessarily need to worry. Worrying is not going to solve those problems. Having agitation, having stress about that scenario is not going to solve any problem. When you come to this conclusion, you do not need to be agitated. You do not need to worry just because you have worries. When you come to this conclusion and this understanding, naturally you will settle down and you'll be able to make the right mature cognition from the space of right maturity and cognition. You'll be able to make decisions. This is a fundamental understanding which we all need to cognize with. And it is through this understanding only can we stop living out of the reactionary assumptions and start living life so that you can manifest your full possibility. Life is a continuous challenge of the possibilities, adversities which we are going to continuously be facing. It is only your reaction, how you are going to handle the situation. Are you going to react from your reactionary assumptions, or are you going to handle that situation from a space of completion, from a space of thinking through, logically processing, and from maturity, which decides whether you will be successful, blissful, and be able to manifest your reality, or whether you will continue to be in delusion, in suffering, and blaming life for everything which is happening around you. Coming to this decision, understanding using the practical application, the powerful cognition which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given. Do not be agitated because you have agitation. Do not worry because you have worries. If you realize that, you will absolutely settle down. That settling space will help you to do what is right from the subjective reality. Take a few minutes and sit with yourself. You can close your eyes, that is also fine. This is a sankalpa, which we all need to take, a conscious will, which we all need to take in order to come out and stop functioning from our reactionary assumptions. Please take a few minutes now and allow this cognition to sink in you and decide strongly with conviction, with sincerity, no matter what comes, you will always react from the space of maturity, act from the space of maturity, not react, act from the space of maturity, act from the space of completion, and allow completion to be the guiding force of your life. Allow Swamiji, who's residing inside you, as the God particle, as Paramashiva, which is residing inside all of us, be that the guiding force of you. When you come to this decision, you yourself will be surprised many times in your life how you're able to handle certain situations, how you're able to behave maturely and not only bring completion between yourself and others, but also bring completion in the Vatavarana, the space which you're living. So now let's take a few minutes and sit and decide strongly to act from the space of completion and not react from our compulsion, from our reactionary thought. With this newfound conviction, with this newfound powerful cognition given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we're going to be entering into the next segment of today's program, into a further segment which will ultimately lead with the Darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, giving the Bhava Darshan of Chandisha Murthy. Before I leave you all for the break and to the next session, it's a simple process. If you had done with little bit of sincerity and little bit of intensity, you will start immediately seeing the results, the effects of this in your life. You start seeing the immediate results of this powerful cognition in your life. This is just but many practical solutions, applications, and initiations which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given to the world. In the upcoming Paramashivam program, starting from February 9th to 28th, not only this one powerful cognition, but multiple hundreds of various cognitions, clicks, new thought patterns will be formed in you. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will give you a whole tool set of weapons in which you can use in your life to handle these various problems and adversaries and difficulties you will ever face. If you have experienced the benefit and experiencing the transformation of this one simple exercise, then imagine the scale and the amount of transformation which can happen to you over 21 days of directly sitting with the avatar, directly sitting with Swamiji. So without further ado, without further delay, the registration link is being projected below. We have a QR code as well. You can scan the QR code, or you can visit the website directly, paramashivam.org, and register yourself for this Paramashivam program. But directly, not only this, but multiple different problems in your life, and Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism guidance personally for you, for what you need to understand and for what you need to practice in your life. Imagine having Swamiji just for you for 21 days and attending to each and every single aspect of your life, ironing it out, and giving you the solutions which you need to manifest your ultimate reality. It's all just but filling a form away. Visit the website paramashivam.org for more information and to register yourself for this program. And so now with this, I'll lead you into the next session of today's program. Please stay tuned with us. We'll be back with you after a short break.
You will become Paramashivam.
Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Nithyanandam Paramashivam Kevalam Jnanamurtam Dvandvatītam Gagana-sadrusham Tattvamasya-adhiraksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavaditam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, I welcome all the viewers, participants around the world in more than 175 countries, joining with us for this most divine Bhava Samadhi Darshan, manifesting through the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. I'm sure all the viewers and participants are having amazing time every single day where the avatar is gracing us with the 64 manifestations of Paramashiva. And before we move to the most awaited moment of the day, receiving the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, this segment is going to be about one of the most important contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa in today's world. As we all know, Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is the incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajya. And today, in the segment, we are going to cover important contributions of this kingdom and how Swamiji has revived the Hindu democracy and Hindu governance. So, before we move to the segment, would like to call out for all the participants and viewers today. We will also be having a third eye scan at the end of the segment. So, whoever would like to have a third eye scanning for you to manifest Sarvanyapita, please feel free to post your names and intentions in the YouTube chat, Facebook chat, and also in the Facebook group, the MPSN group. The QR code is being projected on your screen, and you can click that and go to the group and post your interest to be scanned. And also, we are also projecting the Sarvanyapita intention link, sksjp.org/contribute. As we all know, in the Jayanti message, Swamiji has beautifully shared with us the importance and the significance for all of us to be part of the Sarvanyapita, founding fathers of Sarvanyapita. And whoever is really interested, whoever has got the intention that I have to make this happen this time and be the founding father of Sarvanyapita, you can post your intention. Even if you have posted your intention before, even if you have filed the intention before, you can once again file the intention now. And all these intentions are blessed by Swamiji. When you set your intention to become a Sarvanyapita, let's say for the next Shivaratri, all the cosmos will start aligning and will simply align you towards this goal. So I request everybody, whoever is sincerely working towards manifesting the founding fathers of Sarvanyapita, you can sign up in the link that's been shown, sksjp.org/contribute. Now, let us enter into today's segment where we will be learning about Swamiji's contribution as the incumbent emperor of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajya. Yes. So, how many of you have heard about the sun lineage? How many of you have actually connected or even thought about, okay, how does this sun lineage start and what are the various contributions of this Surya Vamsa lineage? You can see that literally this lineage has significance and its presence marked in all the 56 deshas of Hinduism, Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Yes. So you can actually see here the Surangi Samrajya. It actually prevailed as a very important enlightenment ecosystem, and which had its tremendous rich tradition in terms of art, architecture, governance, festivals, many more. And Swamiji is the incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajya. And today we'll just take a quick look about the whole divine lineage of this Surya Vamsa. It starts from the Lord Surya, Bhagavan Surya. And from Bhagavan Surya, this Vaivasvata Manu, the one who created this Dharma Shastras, Manu Shastra, which is current day's Kairasa's jurisprudence, which literally laid out the principles that governed the entire how each and every segment or the varna in the society operated, and at the same time how each of these segments can literally coexist together by contributing uniquely for that ecosystem. So in today's world, coexistence is something an alien term, I can say. It's mainly because we always feel that one has to compete with each other. One's downfall will raise to the will raise to somebody's progress in life. That's how the capitalistic mind is being tuned in today's society. But in ancient Hindu samrajyas, it is always coexistence, and the foundation of this coexistence is laid out clearly in Manudharma Shastra, which is what Swamiji is reviving today in Kailasa's jurisprudence. So from sun god, it is Vaivasvata Manu, and from Vaivasvata Manu, King Harishchandra, right? King Harishchandra, then Bhagiratha. So all these great rulers of Hindu Samrajyas upheld the dharma, upheld the significance of holding all the elements, all the sects, all the people together as per the Vedas and Agamas. In fact, they held the dharma and they stood as strong examples of rulers who held the dharma against everything in their lives, whether it is against their family, their wife, their children, their friends, no matter who is standing as a pillar or for dharma, they always stood with them, and whoever is questioning the path of dharma, they always fought with them. So these rulers always upheld such strong values of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And Lord Rama, the ruler in the lineage, great incarnation, and Swamiji, Swamiji's has established the Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Saraswati in Vididi, right, from the 2000 onwards. This Kshetra, where Swamiji established the eastern headquarters of Kailasa, literally in this Kshetra, Bhagavan Rama received the Upanishad from Paramashivam, and he worshipped the Swayambhu Shivalinga, which we are worshipping even till today, as Nithyanandeshwara. So, and Lord Rama belongs to this Surya lineage, and then Gautama Buddha, the 140th ruler of the Suryavamsa lineage. So thereafterwards, from Lord Rama and Buddha, so many rulers just took on the mantle and upheld the Sanatana Hindu Dharma's jurisprudence and governance. Right? And the Nithyananda page has a detailed account on all these rulers. Just us going through these pages, we understand the significance of what Swamiji is reviving today. It is not just one more palace or one more kingdom, one more dynasty. It's actually the Sun lineage, which has this greatest contributions in terms of upholding the whole Hindu ecosystems together through Manu Shastras and other Dharma Shastras. We can actually see the reviver of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajya and Swamiji in modern day lineage, how in 1933, right? Harishchandra just a second. Yes. And sorry for the technical glitch. So now we will just take a small look at how Swamiji became the incumbent emperor of this Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajya. Raja Chandra Chuda Mani Harishchandra Jagadev of Surangi. He shifted his palace from Surangi to the current location of Ichapuram, right? And he was succeeded to the throne. Literally, this kingdom was recognized as an independent nation by British, right? We can literally see just a couple of centuries before how this kingdom is actually recognized by British as an independent nation with its own sovereignty and ability to levy taxes, the extent of the territory being called as which literally had about 129 villages under it, right? So it is recognized as an independent nation with a sovereignty. And the title as a ruler of this kingdom and the palace that existed on the land, it still belongs to their kingdom, and it was handed over to Swamiji in 2004 in a grand legal succession, in a grand ceremony, in 2004 December and to January 2005. And Swamiji is the rightful inheritor and the ruler of this territory. And because of the post-independence annexed by the Indian Union in 1953, all these kingdoms were converted as the territories of India itself. And because of that, now we don't call it as an independent kingdom, but as per the British rule, it is recognized as an independent kingdom with its own sovereign land. You can actually see the coronation of Swamiji as the king of Surangi, where Rani Manjula Devi, the queen of Surangi, she is actually is offering her gratitude, and she was praying for somebody who can take up this role and the throne. She was praying to Paramashiva, and Paramashiva showed Swamiji in her dream, and after which she comes and offers this entire throne to Swamiji in 2004 itself. Yeah, you can see here all the images of the day when the coronation happened. These are all the ritualistic ceremonies where Swamiji assumes the responsibility as the incumbent ruler of this Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajya. Yes, here you can see Manjula Devi is actually offering gratitude and Pada Puja and actually offering the throne. So these are all the celebrations that happened after Swamiji assumed the responsibility of being the incumbent emperor of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajya. Yes. And now we will actually take a look at all the important contributions that Swamiji has done through Kailasa as the incumbent emperor of Surangi Samrajya, how Swamiji revived the Hindu governance and Hindu jurisprudence, and how all of these components were incorporated in Kailasa. So before we go into that segment where we learn about all the contributions of Swamiji, I'd like to share with all the viewers that being part of Sarvanya Pita is one of the best things that we can achieve in our lives, because we will start understanding what really matters in life. Swamiji beautifully shared in one of the Paramashivam sessions that everything that we accumulate in day-to-day lives, it is all building sandcastles. At the end of our birth and death, we will actually realize that everything that we have built so far is only sandcastle. What really matters is our steps towards Kailasa. Whatever we have done towards manifesting the state, space, being, power, and super consciousness of Kailasa, only that matters. All of us deciding to be part of Sarvanya Pija is our conscious decision to manifest Kailasa. It is not a sand castle anymore. It is actually a conscious step. You are building your stone temples in Kailasa. So let us really take this moment to see, do we want to continue to build our sandcastles, or do we really want to move from sandcastles to actually build the stone temples of our inner space in Kailasa? I request everybody to take this moment to sign up and show your intention to be part of Sarvanya Pita. So the links are being projected, sksjp.org/contribute. So requesting everybody to take this moment to sign up. sksjp.org/contribute. And before we learn about more contributions of Swamiji in reviving the Hindu governance and Hindu jurisprudence, in reviving all the contributions of Surya Vamsa in today's world, we will just take a look at the video where Swamiji is sharing the importance of Kailasa.
The job really Hindus need to do is to tell the world, I have incorporated this Kailasa, nation without borders. Kailasa, nation without borders. In a way I can say, whole universe is the Kailasa. Kailasa, nation without borders. I've incorporated in multiple countries. Each Kailasa will function in their own countries as per that country's law, within that country's law. Understand? The Kailasa is revived to do contribution, uniting the nations for contribution. Hinduism, Veda Agamas have great things to contribute to the world. Like the great power manifestation science, the ancient culture and arts, the ancient lifestyle truths, the ancient medical practices and medicinal knowledge, the ancient indigenous cultural heritage and jewelry, perfume, dance, music. In every level, Hinduism has so much to contribute. Veda Agamic traditions have so much to contribute. To share all this with the world, to contribute to the world. Many of the devotees, disciples are creating organizations, sanghas all over the world, uniting nations for the purpose of contributing to work on religious harmony, to work on world peace, to work on preserving the ancient heritage, to work on protecting the ancient power manifestation sciences and ancient unique religions and traditions, because people are trying to destroy indigenous cultures, the racists and supremacists. Racist supremacists are trying to destroy indigenous cultures all over the world, calling them cult and calling them all bad names and destroying them. All those indigenous traditions have so much to contribute to the humanity, and all of them need to be protected. All of them need to be safeguarded.
Yes. And now we'll take a look at some of the very important contributions that Swamiji has done in the last 2 decades in reviving the ancient Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajya, especially the Hindu governance, Hindu democracy, and Hindu jurisprudence. How Swamiji has revived it consistently and constantly over the last 2 decades. Let's take a look at it. The first thing that I would like to share with all the viewers and participants today is the cosmic governance. How have you ever wondered how Paramashiva is governing the whole cosmos? Right? So it is just one Paramashiva, and how he is able to govern the whole cosmos, whether it is Chitakasha or Mahakasha, how every single unit of the cosmos is being governed. Have you ever really wondered? The answer to that is Hindu governance. Paramashiva governs the entire cosmos through avaranas. He literally manifests himself into Vidyeshwaras, Mantreshwaras, Astreshwaras, and so on. So each of these avaranas are nothing but one more manifestation of Paramashiva himself. So based on the frequency of oneness, more and more people are in oneness, he gives them more powers. Right? So the power is always given to the beings who are radiating higher frequencies, who are radiating oneness with Paramashiva. This is how literally Paramashiva is governing the entire cosmos through his avaranas. This cosmic governance is what Swamiji has replicated literally in Kailasa through various structures, whether it is SMKT structures, Sri Mahant, Kotari, and Thaneda structures, or the avaranas, Vidyeshwaras, Astreshwaras, Mantreshwaras, Ganeshwaras, avaranas, or the Hindu sabhas, 7 parliament structures. In everything that Swamiji has created so far, it's all about replicating this cosmic governance, where literally Swamiji empowered the beings, whoever is able to be established in oneness with Swamiji, they are given this power and the responsibility. So the power and responsibility goes hand in hand. And people who are in power, it is only that they are in oneness with Swamiji. So the whole aim in life is all about moving towards more and more oneness with Paramashiva. So whoever is able to hold that space of being in oneness with Paramashiva, they take up more responsibility. So the power, responsibility, and the spiritual frequency, spiritual progress, everything are in synergy. So that is exactly how Swamiji has established the whole Kailasa in the last 30 years. And this is exactly how the whole cosmos is governed by Paramashiva. The whole Hindu governance is how is established exactly in the same manner how Paramashiva is governing the cosmos. So if you're able to connect to this, you really feel, wow, this is so amazing. I would like to really hear from all the participants and viewers, because first time when I heard it, I really felt, my God, this is so amazing, because you can see literally the whole civilization is moving towards more and more how one can establish towards oneness, right? So if you see the other countries, modern day countries, people in the power, people who are actually controlling the population, it's all about establishing themselves in terms of money or some insecurity that governs them, or hypocrisy, components which is actually holding them towards being powerful in the society. Never the space of oneness, right? So the Hindus' democratic systems are so powerful, so advanced, and it is a time-tested solution for eras together, where literally the only context of every single human being is all about experiencing oneness with Paramashivam. And that is exactly how Swamiji has established this entire Kailasa governance. So if you feel that this is something very amazing contribution that Swamiji has done, I would like to really hear from all the viewers and participants just about this. Yes. And next important contribution that Swamiji has done in the revival of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajya is responsible democracy. Right? How many of you are able to connect to this word called responsible democracy? Always, the current day issues, if you see, the democracy is vested in some yellow journals and media outlets who want to publish the material or the content that gives them money, that gives them TRP. There is no focus or the context of truth that actually is vested in this media based democracy. In fact, the media disinformation is a highly criticized subject in today's world, and I'm not going to go into the details of it, but I'm sure all of us can connect to it, can relate to it. It is almost synonymous that don't ever watch the media anymore, because the whole news is always tainted. That is the sentiment that I'm sure all the common people are right now in. But in Hindu ecosystems, it's all about responsible democracy. Now, what is responsible democracy? Swamiji always shares that being integrated to the principles for what you believe in, right? So, if you take the whole Suryavamsa lineage, all these rulers, whether it is Manuvidi Chola, whether it is Bhagavan Rama, whether it is Bhagirath, so many rulers always established themselves in the principles of integrity. Whatever they were integrated to, they established themselves and shown themselves as an examples for the rest of the generations to live. Nothing actually stood between them and the principles that they believed. So, the responsible democracy is all about empowering that aspect in you, where you start feeling that I am responsible for everything around me, and you exercise the power, you exercise the authority from the context of responsibilism. It is never about violating, it is never about misusing, it is never about exploiting somebody's weakness. It is all about taking responsibility of what is happening around you. So this is exactly how Swamiji has established the entire Kailasa governance, where it is all about responsible democracy. Whoever is feeling that they are responsible for what is happening around them, is a governance structure, right? So more and more you feel that, yes, I am responsible for this, more and more you get empowered, because you are going to take responsibility and change the lives around you, right? So in today's world, I'm sure you can see it's all about blame game, right? Whether it is in politics, if you just take first two headlines of what we are having in the newspapers today, it is all about blame games. Who blames who? But the responsible democracy that the Hindu ecosystems were established, it's all about who is telling that, okay, I am responsible for this and I'm going to fix this. Whether you truly feel you're responsible or not, but really understanding and emphasizing this responsible democracy is what Swamiji has given to this world as most important contribution. If you say the entire Kailasa governance is all about responsible democracy, right? And this world really requires every single principle that the Kailasa is built on. Whatever Swamiji has revived for last 30 years is a precious gift that the humanity cannot miss. If you feel that yes, this is something which everybody wants, you must sign up for Sarvayapita. Just decide to become the founding fathers of Sarvayapita, where you can literally feel in the light in the Garbha Swamiji has beautifully shared in Jayanti Satsang, whoever stands in the Garbha Gala, they will be remembered in the history forever. So if you really feel that responsible democracy is what the world is looking for, and the cosmic governance where establishing yourself in oneness is the core foundation principle of everybody who's in the power, that's exactly what the world needs today. And there are so many other principles that all that world problems today can be simply resolved if we have Kailasa. Swamiji has already established Kailasa, and now all we need to do is come together and work towards opening of Mahakailasa, and requesting everybody to be part of this grand happening of opening of Mahakailasa by you signing up as a Sarvayapita Yajman. So the intentions are there. The link is being posted sksjp.org/contribute, where everybody can come together and say, yes, I want to be part of this grand happening. And please remember, you do not need money to become a Sarvayapita Yajman. You only want that intention. You only want, somebody is going to see whether you have that intensity to manifest that intention. Moment you share, you radiate that intensity, you will see simply miracles start happening and you will be able to make it happen. So I request everybody to be part of this grand happening, sksjp.org/contribute. Everybody, let's take a few minutes to sign up in this link that's being projected. And now I'm going to take a few minutes of your talking about the we spoke about responsible democracy. Now, how this responsible democracy, what is the origin of this? Have you ever heard this term called Anubhava Mandapa? Right? So this Anubhava Mandapa is something that started evolving in the medieval period of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Literally where people from different thought patterns, right? Okay, let's say, for example, there is some issue that we are discussing. For example, let's say vegetarianism. Does the society have to adopt vegetarianism or not? This is the problem statement. And now, people from different thinking cultures, right? Different cultures, they all come together. They all present their views. What is acceptable as per their culture? When I say acceptable as per the culture, it is not independent views, but rather what does the Shastra say? What does the scripture of their culture define? So you present all their views and understand what is the advantages and the disadvantages that is coming from different traditions and make an informed decision. So that is called Anubhava Mandapa. And this Anubhava Mandapa is a beautiful piece of parliamentarian democracy. And maybe needless to say, we can see today, literally there is a stats that defines that more than 40% of parliamentary sessions do not happen because of the constant clashes between the ruling party and the opposition party. Literally 40%, right? So that's the state of affairs that we are in today. But those days we used to have the Anubhava Mandapa, where people from different cultures, different thinking traditions used to come and present their views, and all of these were taken into account to come to an informed decision. Right? Exactly what Swamiji is reviving today through Hindu votes. Right? Last few years, I'm sure you've seen so many beautiful contributions of Swamiji in Hindu votes. So all these are several Chitsava proceedings on vegetarianism, on various other aspects, various other topics that Swamiji wanted the whole community to come together and say what is that makes them to take that decision in their lives. So much of informed decisions were generated in the public through Chitsabha proceedings that Swamiji had conducted on vegetarianism, on oneness, whether you have to do an idol worship or not. There are several topics of debate today, and to all of these topics, Swamiji has conducted these proceedings and empowered the living Hindus today to take decisions in their lives. Right. And Kailasa provides that platform to one and all where you can express your point of view, and all these point of view will be checked or referenced across the views that Agamas and Vedas prescribe. Right. So every single decision that we take, it is all based on the Shastras, how Paramashiva has ordained us to live and empower us to make that decision in our lives. So Hindu votes, responsible democracy, these are all some of the most important contributions of Swamiji in terms of reviving the Surya Vamsa tradition. So if you all feel that this is something so important today, because in the world today where we do not discuss our issues, we only have conflicts, we only feel blamed or we blame others. This is happening in an individual family life to nation level, to community, to a nation. In every 3 degree levels, it is all about either you feel blamed or you blame others. But Swamiji has revived this responsible democracy where everybody has a say as long as you take responsibility for it. So if you feel this is the most important contribution that the world needs today, I request everybody not to miss this opportunity and sign up in skSJP.com. So while we take a few minutes to sign up in the intentions, let's take a look at the video where Swamiji is sharing more and more details on why we need Kailasa today.
Why we need a Hindu nation? That question need to be addressed. Because the Hindu civilization is good, it need to be kept alive, we need a Hindu nation. But the civilization is getting destroyed in extremely alarming speed. Hindus are neither ready to wake up, and anyone who is even trying to wake up the Hindus is targeted and destroyed brutally. Fortunately, with the grace of Paramashiva, I am still alive. I am not killed. I did not fall. But the number of attempts on my life and the lawfare done on me and the defamation, destroying my identity, all this is enormous. If you see the volume of atrocity material generated on me in the internet, you will be shocked. Listen carefully. I want Hindus to know this truth. Understand? The target of anti-Hindu elements is not me, you. Because I am defending all of you, I am being targeted. Listen. Wake up to that. Oh Hindus, the target of anti-Hindu elements is not me, you. Because I am defending you, protecting you, they are targeting me.
Wake up to this truth. Let me reveal some of these truths step by step. First, India has two layers. Civilizational nation, territorial nation. The threats territory is facing, all of you know. But the threats civilizational nation is facing, unsaid. Even the Hindus are not waking up to this truth. The threat Hindu civilizational nation is facing. Even Hindus strongly believe caste system is wrong. Oh God. Hey, this is the system which made you live, which is your life, which is still keeping you alive, the only existing ancient civilization. There are 49 ancient civilizations. All 48 has disappeared. The only living continuous, only continuously living unbroken civilization is Hindu civilization. The reason, one and only reason is caste system. Kula talchi uyarchi sollal pavam. That line I agree. There is no higher or lower among the caste. That I agree. But don't try to dismantle the very caste system. The caste system kept this civilization alive. Deity worship kept the civilization alive. Temples kept the civilization alive.
Yes. And welcome back. And one other important contributions that Swamiji has given to this world in reviving the Suryavamsa is conducting Nitya Dharma shows. So these are all the way how Swamiji revived the Hindu courts, right? If you see all the Nitya Dharma shows where Swamiji literally resolved the conflicts in Hindu families as per Vedas and Agamas, whatever Vedas and Agamas has prescribed and whatever Manu Shastras has empowered the whole humanity to live in. Based on that, Swamiji had given the solutions to resolve the Hindu conflicts, to resolve the conflicts in Hindu families. So, Nitya Dharma is one of the beautiful contributions that Swamiji has done in reviving the Hindu jurisprudence and Hindu governance in the communities. So, whether it is in terms of replicating the entire cosmic governance, the Avarana structure in the entire Kailasa's governance, or that which is in the nation level, or introducing this Anubhava Mandapa, where communities are encouraged to discuss, participate various thought currents based on Shastras and coming together to take a resolution, or in the level of a family where the families are encouraged to resolve their conflicts based on what Manu Shastras has ordained and given us. So in all three levels, whether it is in terms of a nation or in terms of a community or in terms of a family, in all three levels, Swamiji has revived this Hindu jurisprudence and Hindu governance and revived these elements, these Shastras and Saindriya Vamsa Surandi Samrajya. So the profound impact of all of this is what we are seeing, a very blissful, peace-loving community and a nation that Kailasa is today. And that is why all over the world, several nations are coming forward to sign the bilateral relations with Kailasa in terms of in terms of radiating the oneness and peace-based community and society in the world today. So I request everybody, whoever feels that this is a very important cause that all of us must. I really feel that serving a Pita is an opportunity that none of us can miss in our lives. It only means that you are saying yes to a society which is peace-loving, which is established in the principles of oneness, which is more on coexistence. So when you sign, you're telling yes to a society which is all encompassing and empowering the coexistence. So requesting everybody to not to miss this opportunity and sign up as a founding fathers of Kailasa. Your decision to become Sarvanyapita Yajaman now will empower you to become a founding father of Kailasa. So requesting everybody to sign up sksjp.org/contribute. And if you are really inspired by all these various contributions of Swamiji, you can post your interest, your comments in the Facebook group, in YouTube comments, etc. And we can take a look at this video where Swamiji is sharing the importance of Kailasa Nation. Before we get into a segment where we have a speaker who's going to share his experiences of being with Swamiji, being part of Kailasa, and why Sarvanyapita.
It is time, O Hindus, especially the NRIs, who have seen enough life, wealth fulfilled in all your basic needs. It is time you guys wake up to the reality. We need to keep Hinduism alive if we want the humanity alive. Death of Hinduism is death of humanity. Hinduism needs to be kept alive, and Hinduism has really so much to contribute to the world in every field. Hinduism needs to be kept alive for humanity to be alive. Hinduism has a purpose. It should be diluted nor destroyed. Everything about Hinduism should be made legitimate. The Hindu judiciary, Hindu administration, Hindu economic principles, Hindu constitution, Hindu medicine, Hindu physics, Hindu astrology, Hindu astronomy, Hindu methodology of measuring time, Hindu chemistry, Hindu alchemistry, Hindu biology, Hindu sexology, Hindu sociology, everything should become legitimate. Kailasa is revived to keep this Hindu grand narrative legitimate, Hinduism legitimate. I request humbly, I am not asking you your wealth. I am not asking you your hard-earned money. I am asking you, give birth to 2 more kids than your need. If you want to take care of you in your old age, give birth to 5. Give 2 to Kailasa to bring up in Gurukul, Hindu Gurukul. You have to, you give 2 to the Gurukul. Let one study to become professors in Hindu universities, where he will be Grihastha, but making money, making livelihood by working for Hinduism and Hinduism related activities. Understand? I'm only asking you, give me kids. We need to revive Hinduism. I am not interested in the overnight organizations, this modern day art of jinging, art of dunging, art of bunging, jing yoga, jung yoga, bung yoga. The overnight popular theology light. Ooh, laugh, love, little jing, jung, dance. No. I am interested in reviving the authentic, ancient, most authentic Hindu enlightened civilization. I am interested in building stone temples, which may take my whole life, but which will be there till the sun and the moon is alive.
Yes. And now in this segment, we are going to have a very interesting speaker, Saurav Ganejaji from USA. And he's going to share his experiences of being part of Kailasa and how his journey with Swamiji was, and how he's a founding Sarvanyapita manifester. And he's going to cover a whole lot of topics, and it's my pleasure to welcome Sauravji to the show today. Nithyananda Maya.
Nithyananda, thank you very much for having me. Always a pleasure. Yes.
Great.
So, in terms of share, yes, Ma, go ahead, please correct. Yes.
Yes. So, Sauravji, like I mentioned, there are so many things that you can share with all of our viewers today. But firstly, I would like to hear from you the one fact that you've been attending the Paramashivam program, the 21 days program that Swamiji blesses and initiates all of us into that experience of Paramashivam. Over many seasons you've been attending, and you also ensure that your family is also part of the program. So, would you like to share with all our viewers your journey of being part of this programs with Swamiji?
Yes, absolutely, Ma. That's a very beautiful starting point. I mean, just before going into the depth of the experiences that I have received through attending Paramashivam, through the initiations, powerful spiritual experiences and miracles in life that have happened. I mean, just looking back into my life and why I'm so hooked on attending all these Paramashivam programs, right? Every time Swamiji upgrades something, I'm literally salivating, right? I'm wanting to attend and wanting to not miss initiations. See, before coming to Swamiji, I essentially suffered from extreme powerlessness and fear. And the whole life was literally tainted by one powerlessness after the other. Anything that I wanted to change in my life, I used to feel powerless about it. I had so many fears. Any new thing I would start, I would simply self-sabotage myself. And it's not that I did not understand spirituality, I did not know spirituality, I had read a lot. But after coming to Swamiji, everything just became intensely alive. All the spiritual principles simply became practical for me. Earlier, I used to think spirituality is different. It is just related to enlightenment. Living a practical life is very, very different. This is related to earning money and job and family and all these things. There was a huge gap, delusional gap. And as soon as I found Swamiji, and even finding Swamiji happened because I intensely prayed to the cosmos. I said, I need to find a master who is in the body. Somebody who I can relate to, somebody who I can hear, somebody who I can see. That's how I found Swamiji. And after finding Swamiji, and the best things that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has to offer are always packaged beautifully in the Paramashivam programs. This is what I call the best of the best. So ultimately, the first Paramashivam I attended, I came to Swamiji late 2018, and it was during the pandemic time. When the pandemic started and Swamiji announced the first online Paramashivam. That was my intense entry into all things related to, or all the teachings that Swamiji has given. I clearly remember unclutching, completion exercises, and the initiations. I remember there was one Kalabhairava Darshan where simply my whole body was shaking with energy. It's almost like all the fear in my muscles was being wrung out. That's the intense feeling I had. And then from then on, it's just been one after the other. Every program, Swamiji brings new energy, new excitement, new technology. I would say even new science. I don't consider Swamiji just as a guru or the incarnation of Paramashiva. I also look at him, I also connect to him as the best scientist. Because when he brings something new and he gives the initiation, he also gives the jnana behind it. You know, whether it's Navakanda Samadhi, Yoga Samadhi, or any of the new powerful initiations that we have been receiving through the past couple of programs, he provides beautiful scientific construct and context. And as somebody with my background, because my background is in engineering and finance, I think that really connects with me. You know, here's the initiation, and here is how exactly it's going to work in your being, in your system. So anyways, a long story short, Paramashivam is literally a life-transforming experience. It was when I started with my first Paramashivam experience, it still is, and in the future it will continue to be. There is absolutely no doubt in my mind. I would suggest anybody who doesn't have the time, who feels stuck, just connecting to Swamiji and praying, everything he takes care of. How the time will be managed, how family will be managed, how job will be managed. I'm actually an example of that, because until 18 months ago, I was in a 9-to-5 job. And because of that, I was missing many initiations and live darshans from Swamiji, which used to happen afternoon New York time. One day, I just decided enough is enough. So I intensely connected to Swamiji and I said, Swamiji, I don't want this kind of job anymore, which does not allow me the flexibility to attend all your live initiations. And 6 months later, I was done with my job. And I basically started a brand new way of sustaining myself financially. So how beautifully things just realign in your life, and how beautifully by making a sankalpa to connect to Swamiji, to his teachings, to his mission, how beautifully it just simply rearranges everything around you, your family members, your environment, the place you are at, everything gets taken care of. So, in a nutshell, I cannot recommend attending Paramashivam more than this. I mean, it is a life-transforming experience. Absolutely. And for each and every participant I've seen, the same thing. Everybody has seen miracles in their life. Yes.
That's really beautiful, yeah, because I'm sure many of us can simply resonate with it. And the upcoming Paramashivam program is starting on 9th of February. So do not miss this opportunity. All the viewers, all we can do is just set the intention that we want to be part of this program, and rest of all the things, whether it is your time or treasure or, the mind sometimes, how I'm going to make it happen. Any of the issues, any of the obstacles Swamiji is going to clear. From our side, let us set the intention. So you can sign up even for Paramashivam program. The sign up link or the intention link is the same: skshp.org/contribute. So the best part now is any contribution that you make towards your Paramashivam, it will be considered towards the Savanipita also. So requesting everybody not to miss this opportunity, like what beautifully as Sauravaya was sharing. Each and every initiation literally molds you to a whole new experience of you, right? And Swamiji gives the jnana or the science behind each and every initiation and takes us all to that experience itself. So don't miss this opportunity, and requesting everybody to sign up in the skshp.org/contribute. And Saurabh, the next question that I would like to hear from you. Yes, you have done so many programs, and you've done so many programs, and you have got experiences, right? And from this solid experiences, how did you want to? How did you decide to become part of Kailasa? In what way you wanted to become part of Kailasa, and your journey in taking steps towards that? Would you like to share with all of us?
Yes, Nisma, thank you. Absolutely. Swamiji always says time, treasure, talent. These are the three most important ways to contribute towards Kailasa. I think before I came for sharing I was listening to the segment that was going on where how beautifully Swamiji is reviving the enlightened ecosystem, the Suryavansha ecosystem, the laws that used to govern the enlightened society, and how they can contribute even in the modern times. And unfortunately, when we look around, each country essentially is separate from the rest of the world. Each country has their own agenda. Every group of human beings is fighting for their personal selfish agendas. So something needs to change, and all the world problems like global warming, terrorism, etc., cannot be solved by individual countries alone. There has to be a uniting force, and I genuinely believe, with all the contributions that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made, that Kailasa is that uniting force which can bring people together across borders towards common values of life positivity, and ultimately the enlightened way of living. So from my personal perspective, I have simply opened myself up to contributing to Kailasa in any way possible. I mean, I have two little kids, so naturally there are some family constraints from that perspective. But ultimately, what matters to me is any opportunity to be involved in a Kailasa project, I should grab it. One of the beautiful privileges that I've had recently is to interact with Kailasa's United Nations team. And recently I was part of the Kailasa contingent for two such events. One was the Diwali celebration at the New York City Mayor's place, where Kailasa had a huge contingent. And the recent one, which I'm sure all of our listeners have heard and seen, is the bilateral signing, the treaty, city of Newark here, which is very close to where I live actually. And just going through that experience and how even people here in the US, people in the governance in the US, how they are amazed by the contribution Hinduism has made, and how moved they are to see the wide range of contributions is just so empowering. And it has been simply a privilege to be part of these contingents and representing Kailasa. So that's one area where I have been trying to contribute, and hopefully in the future with Swamiji's grace will be contributing more. The other way, obviously, is I'm an SJP manifester. I genuinely believe, I look at the cosmos, ever since coming to Swamiji, I look at the cosmos as a mirror. Basically, if I try to cheat the cosmos, I receive the same thing back from the cosmos. If I try to contribute to the cosmos contributes back to me. So this has become a real truth for myself. So ultimately, my aim is to manifest the SJP, become the founding father of Kailasa, founding member of Kailasa, basically, and contribute to the various projects of Kailasa. Kailasa is a huge multilateral, multidimensional project. There are so many areas where people can volunteer, people can contribute. I think ultimately it all depends on our intention. Do we want to be part of this huge story? I think decades from now, when people look back at this time, I can guarantee that they will say, wow, there was something really transformational happening across the world through Kailasa, through the people, through the devotees, and ultimately through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's direction. And I think people who are aligned with the cause, who are aligned with what Swamiji is saying, but not contributing, are really missing out. So I would appeal to people that don't miss out. There's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot that needs to happen. There's a lot of transformation that we need to do across the world, and this is the right time to jump in.
That's so beautiful, Aya. And also would like to hear from you some of the miracles that you've personally experienced in your life after being part of Kailasa and all the programs that you've attended so far.
I think the biggest miracle in going from a depressed, fearful being to a powerful, optimistic being who feels he has a place in the cosmos, who feels he belongs in the cosmos. I mean, philosophically aside, but I genuinely feel a huge shift in the way I approach life now after coming to Swamiji. Before coming to Swamiji, every problem would seem too big. Every obstacle would feel like the end of the road, whether it's health related or money related or work related. After coming to Swamiji, I've seen so many miracles. Just the whole idea, the whole delusion that we are powerless is simply washed out experientially. I have seen miracles on the side of health. For example, my son being healed simply through a blessing from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. I have seen knowledge manifest. Like sometimes I'm struggling with something, some concept, some way to relate science and spirituality, or trying to understand what Swamiji has revealed in one of his satsangs. And simply connecting to him and with the attitude, I do not understand this yet, but through the space of oneness, please make me understand. And simply in the next few days, the whole thing unfolds. Magically, everything unfolds, and the whole clarity is brought to the mind, to the brain. In the field of finance or financial world, I've seen literally how last year, before attending the Paramashivam program, I did not have the money. And then how simply within 2 weeks, all the money, everything just manifested for me and my wife to be able to attend the program in time. So again, I mean, actually, I would say, honestly speaking, now I've stopped counting the miracles. Now I realize that life itself is a miracle. Finding Swamiji is the biggest miracle. Everything else is just the side effect of that first miracle.
That's really nice, Aya. Like finding Swamiji is the biggest miracle. So true. So fortunate as all of us are for having Swamiji in our lives, where literally all of us are personally guided, receiving all these amazing initiations. Next, we are going to be having Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Swamiji. What a fortunate life all of us are in when Incarnation himself has descended and reviving Kailasa. This is the most important moment in our lives where Swamiji, in fact, he shared in the Jayanti Satsang that whoever is deciding to be part of this founding fathers of Kailasa, your Janma Sabalya, meaning the time that you've taken birth, right from the time you were an amoeba till now, every single lifetime and life form is going to be simply fulfilled by your decision to be part of Holy Fathers of Kailasa. So everybody out there, let's take this moment, let's take this time to decide that, okay, let me move from building all these sandcastles in life to actually building the stone temples in our inner space, where literally you feel that Kailasa is the only priority, and decide to become the Sarvapita Yajman. So requesting all viewers and participants to take this time to sign up as Sarvapita Yajman, and we will be moving on to third eye scanning segment. And meanwhile, we'd like to thank Saurav and Ejaji. Thank you so much for joining our segment today. Definitely, you have shared such beautiful insight of why being part of Kailasa is so important, why we have to become a Sarvapita Yajman, and all the amazing miracles that you've shared with us today. Thank you so much, Aya.
Thank you, Nithyananda. Thank you for having me.
And yes. And dear viewers, we will be now moving on to a third eye scanning segment, where any of you whoever is finding a difficulty, finding an obstacle to manifest Sarvapita, and if there is something that is actually stopping you to become a founding father of Kailasa, name and your request to be scanned through third eye, and yes, we're just checking all the social media platforms. If any of you have posted your interest to be scanned, you can immediately get on to third eye scan. And all the people and the participants, whoever if you've already been scanned, and they're able to implement the solutions that third eye revealed. Where Swamiji had revealed you to do something, very able to implement it, and what was your result? You can also post that. So requesting all the viewers to take this time to sign up for Sarvapita Yajman and Karta, and sign up your intention to become a Sarvapita Yajman and Karta. And so there's a member from YouTube who's saying that, Richard, a new member. Oh wow, even Buddha. Yes, even Buddha belongs to the Surya Vamsa lineage. Okay, so we have a few folks who are requesting for third eye scan. Okay, so that's why Chunyip. Please scan me. Okay, thank you so much. So I request why Chunyip to please be seated with your head, neck, and spine in the straight line, and requesting you to chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. So why Chunyip? First thing that Swamiji showed in the third eye is your relationship with your mother, right? So I request you to take this time today for the next 48 hours. I want you to write down all the moments when you felt that your mother has let you down. Actually, you will start seeing more and more you write all these incompletions. You'll start seeing many of these incompletions you are actually projecting on Swamiji also. The incompletions that you cherish with your mother, unconsciously you are actually putting that same doubt, same self-hatred, all of that on Swamiji also. This is the reason why you're not able to manifest a breakthrough, especially in the wealth dimension. Right? Moment you complete with your mother, you will simply see all the incompletions and doubts and questions that whatever you're posting, it is all coming from this incompletion that you had with your mother. Right? So I request you to do the completion in the next 48 hours itself, and you will see the obstacles, whatever is stopping you from manifesting SJP, you will see you are already an SJP. You already have the possibility of becoming an SJP. You need to simply take the action, right? So I request Y Chun Yip to take next 48 hours to bring completion in your mother and your family and take steps towards SJP. Right, and anybody else who would like to listen to a scan, you can actually post that in the MPSN group. And if you've already received the scan and if you've taken some steps, you can also post that. Okay, next we have Alpa Patel, please. Okay, wait. So, Alpa, I request you to please be seated and connect with Swamiji in your Ananda Kanda. Let us all chant the Mahavakya together. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes, Alpa Patel, Nithyananda. So, first thing that Swamiji showed is the relationship that you have with your brother, right? If you see, all the male relationships that you cherish with your with the male, everything always you feel that you are belittled and not appreciated to the worth that you feel you worth it, right? See, it's like each person may have their own analysis about who they are and what they're doing. So likewise, you also have an analysis of who you are and what you're doing, and you really want it to be acknowledged. You really want it to be given attention, given enough due respect to what you've been doing. So this is actually reflecting from the relationships that you're having with your brother, and requesting you to take a decision to complete with this incompletions that you're having with your brother. And with Swamiji's grace and blessings, simply you'll be able to manifest everything that you want in your life. Right. And Hiranmai, can you scan me, please? Yes. Hiranmai, I would like to know what happened after my last scan. And remember, I've told you certain things to be done in the previous scan. So would you like to share about the steps that you've taken towards that? Yes. So while we come back with Mahir and Mai, I would like to call out all the viewers today that don't miss this opportunity to become the founding fathers of Kailasa. All you need to do is just set your intention, which is sksjp.org/contribute. So requesting everybody to be part of this grand happening of Kailash, where literally gods and goddesses are going to be manifested, who is going to govern the whole Kailasa ecosystem by the blessings of Swamiji. So requesting everybody to take this decision, whatever is holding you, whatever insecurity is stopping you, just make it redundant by you signing up, you setting the intention to become the SJP. So while okay, so while we are waiting for all the participants to take a moment to sign up in the Sarvanyapita, would like to remind all the participants every decision that you make consciously, Swamiji is going to support that decision, and with this blessings you'll be able to manifest it. So requesting all to take this decision that you're going to manifest it no matter what obstacle comes, you're going to be there, setting that intention strongly, focusing and working with the intensity that you want to become the Sanatpita Yajman. So while we are taking this moment to sign up as the SJP, let us all decide to set the intention strongly. Swamiji has time and again told that if you take one step, Swamiji will take million steps for you. So you take that step to become part of SJP by signing up an intention, and you will see with Swamiji's grace and blessings, everything that you want in your life will simply start manifesting. So requesting everybody, and at the same time, if you would like to get a third eye scan done, you can also post that in the MPSN group. Yes. So requesting all the participants out there to take this moment to sign up and be part of Sarvanipita Ejman. And there are so many of the participants in Sarvanipita Ejmans. They have just shared how blessed they feel after they take the decision, because you can see right after you make the decision to become the Sarvanipita Ejman, all the things around you will start aligning towards this. It's because of the power of blessings that we receive from Swamiji when you sign up an intention. So requesting requesting all the participants out there to please take this opportunity and sign up for skshp.org/contribute.
See, unfortunately, Hindus lost the understanding about this collective integrity. If a ship has to stay afloat, all the mechanisms in that ship need to stay integrated. It can be the maintenance engineer or the cleaning staff, captain, all the equipments fixed in the ship, everything, the machineries and all human beings, all of them need to be integrated for the ship to stay afloat. For the ship to stay afloat and reach the place where it need to reach, everyone in the ship need to be integrated. It's called collective integrity. A maintenance engineer cannot think, oh, I have done my job, but the fuel manager is not doing his job, or the cleaning person is not doing his job. So if the ship sinks, I will not be blamed. I will not be questioned. I am safe. Let whatever happens to others, or whatever others do or don't do, what is there for me? That level of integrity will not work for the ship to stay afloat. This is exactly done by the Hindus. In the modern day, everyone says, oh, I have tried my best, I have done my best, but others are not doing. What can I do? I have seen this as a typical mold, same narrative. Whether it comes to reclaiming the political legitimacy of the Hindus, or reclaiming their temples, or reclaiming their organizations and religious freedom, or any guru's organizations running. Please understand, any problem Hindus are facing. So whether you ask the Hindus, why are you living a slavery life? Why you don't have a religious freedom? Why your temples are not under you, it's under the government? Why your temple wealth is not used for running gurukuls, the Hindu schools? Why your temple wealth is not being used to develop and spread Hindu medicines? Why you guys are not having any respect for the greatest and oldest jurisprudence, the Hindu law Manusmriti? Everyone will have one answer. Oh, I am done, I am doing whatever I can, but others are not doing. What can I do? Exact answer. A maintenance engineer in a ship, if he gives, what will happen to the ship? That exactly same thing is happening to these guys. We need Hindus to start thinking with a collective integrity, not only
Yes. So we need Hindus to radiate that collective integrity Each one of us, let us all get out of this criminal negligence that somebody is going to contribute. I have this problem, I have my personal incompletions. Right now, I need to deal with the situation. If you withdraw and think that next person is going to come and contribute to Kailasa, that is exactly where we lack the collective integrity. That is exactly the criminal negligence that all the Hindus are stuck. Let us stop looking at somebody else who's going to contribute. It is you and me who's going to make the Kailasa happen. It is you and me who needs to take the decision to contribute and make the Kailasa happen. So your decision today to become a part of the founding fathers of Kailasa, you are breaking, literally burning negligence that is instilled in the bone marrow of Hindus today. That is exactly why we are suffering so much. When Swamiji has single-handedly made the Hindu nation happen, it is a responsibility of all the devotees, disciples, whoever is watching the segment, whoever is connecting to the concept of Hindu nation. You and me need to decide that everything that we are given, it is simple offering to Paramashiva. If you just do the tyaga of whatever I have, I'm going to offer it to Paramashiva, you will see just in few days, Kailasa is going to be open to one and all. So let us come out of the criminal negligence and let us decide Tyaga is the way to manifest life. So with that note, would like to once again call out all the intentions, everybody out there, don't miss this opportunity or sign up in skshp.org/contribute. And with that note, let us all get ready to receive the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of the Nijavatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam.
We all had a very engaging, a very beautiful segment just now with Manitya Pranapriyananda. And now it is time for all of us to get ready for one of the most exciting segment that all of us await for. We're going to be entering into the Bhava Samadhi Darshan now. And today we are going to be having darshan of the forms of Paramashiva, of Chandisha Anugraha Murthy, Pashupatastra Anugraha Murthy, and Kiratha Murthy. These forms of Paramashiva and Chakradana Swarupa Murthy, we're going to be having the darshan of these four forms of Paramashiva today. So let us all get ready and prepare for the Bhava Samadhi darshan. I request all the participants that are there with us now to please take a few minutes and turn on your cameras and please come back and settle down in front of the screens. And the Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a time where literally we are all going to be raised to the cosmic frequency of oneness with Swamiji. And Swamiji is going to be channeling the different forms of Paramashiva exclusively for all of us. So let's all get ready to receive the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. I request all the participants to please come back and settle down in front of the camera. I request everyone to please take a few minutes. Yes, I still see that there are a lot of participants with your cameras off and all the viewers on YouTube and Facebook. Darshan is a very, very, very sacred process. The space itself is very sacred. Courage that you all are seated. When you are having the darshan, just take a few minutes and sit down and enjoy the darshan. Do not get distracted or do not get into any other thing. So please, I request every one of you to make sure that you're all settling down in front of the camera. Enjoy the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, because Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a very profound and a powerful science in Hinduism where an avatar channels the various cosmic bodies, the various deities, the various forms of Paramashiva in a way that we all can see, understand, and relate with. Many of you would have been to temples, right, where you see different deities of Paramashiva, Durga, Kali, Devi, Ganapati, and Subramanya, and so on. There are a lot of temples that you might have been to. We, at the maximum, learn to ask prayers. To one extent, we connect to them. But experiencing the consciousness of that deity as an experiential expression is not possible by human beings, because human beings are not matured enough to grasp that subtle existence through the deities. And therefore, to bridge this gap, out of extreme compassion, avatars come down and they manifest through the avatars manifest the different forms of these beings from the gods and goddesses of Kailasa to make us experience these higher states of consciousness.
And now we are going to be entering into the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. During the darshan, all you need to do is just sit in the space of gratitude. Don't need to do anything else. You just sit and you will see what miracles start happening inside. One of the profound things that happens during the darshan is the awakening of your divinity. The inner potential and the energy gets awakened and centered.
And during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, every prayer that you have in your inner space, literally every desire that you have in your inner space, all of this, your wants, needs, everything just drops, and you become literally at ease in experiencing oneness with this higher dimensions of the cosmos, Paramashivam. So when you are having darshan of these forms of Paramashiva, when Swamiji is manifesting that, all the powerful cognitions, the powerful components of those forms of Paramashiva gets awakened in you. And you start manifesting these qualities of Paramashiva. So understand, this Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a very, very powerful space, place, experience for you to raise your consciousness to the highest frequency. You may be sitting thousands of miles apart, somewhere in the US, somewhere in India, somewhere in Australia, different corners of the globe. But no matter which place you are in, what time zone you are in, just by seeing the darshan, you are channeled, you receive the highest frequency of consciousness. Literally, you are initiated with the powers, powerful cognitions, and all this auspiciousness of the gods and goddesses. It does not happen by, it doesn't matter, it is not bound by the parameters of time and space. Instead, through the science, through what science calls as a quantum tunneling, what Hinduism introduced thousands of years ago as Shaktini Pada, the initiation where the avatar transmits these energy and powers to us beyond the parameters of time and space. And this quantum tunneling, the quantum entanglement happens to us just when we see the avatar. We all might have heard about this concept of mirroring of neurons, right? Like how when you see a certain film, it triggers a certain emotions in you. When you see actors just enacting it, you still feel those emotions in your inner space, right? This is what science calls mirroring of neurons, where your brain neuron activity mirrors whatever activity it sees in the person in front of you. And imagine what happens to us when we come face to face with the avatar, the highest possible way of human being to exist is avatar. And when human brain comes into face with the avatar, our brain is raised to the highest frequency where you mirror the cosmic neurons of Swamiji. This is what happens during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. And now, let us all get ready to receive the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Paramashiva. The forms of Paramashiva, the 64, out of the 64 forms, we will be having a darshan of 4 forms of Paramashiva: Chandisha Anugraha Murthy, Chakradana Swarupa Murthy, Pashupata Anugraha Murthy, and Kirata Murthy. Let us all get ready to receive the Bhava Samadhi Darshan now. We will now be chanting the Dhyana Shloka. चण्डेशां पीतवर्णं युगकरसहितं दक्षहस्ते च टङ्कम् वामे कृष्णं दधानं वरसहितं पार्वती वामभागम् चण्डेशस्योत्तमङ्गे प्रतिनिहकरतं दक्षभागे त्रिनेत्रम् सर्वालङ्कारयुक्तं शशिकलधरं गङ्गाया युक्तमेडे देवस्य दक्षिणं भागे तु चण्डेशं तु प्रकल्पयेत् देवस्य बाहुमद्रेण चण्डेशायाम उच्यते न्यस्तव्योमप्रसादेन चण्डेशो भक्तिसंयुतः चण्डेश्वरं स्वर्णवर्णं फालभूषणभूषितम् देवं शिरसि चण्डस्य लीलया परिशोभितम् चण्डेशानुग्रहं प्रोक्तम्. The next is a form of Paramashivam as Chakradana Swarupa Murthy, where he bestows Bhagavan Vishnu, Narayana with the chakra. विष्णुस्त्वमीशं पुरस्थितो अजलिकरो देवस्य पादाब्जयोः संस्थाप्याक्षिलत्स्युमाल्यमनिशं पीताम्बरं शुभम् यस्तस्मै दयापरं पशुपतिपद्माक्ष इत्याख्यया टङ्कं कृष्णमग्रं वरं च दधतं चक्रं प्रदं तं भजे एकवक्त्रं त्रिनेत्रं च जटामकुटसंयुतं चक्रं ददं मेनं च परशुं वरद चैवम् दक्षिणे चक्रसंयुक्तं धातृरूपमिझोच्यते देवस्य वामभागे तु श्यामरूपं सुसंस्थितं सर्वाभरणसंयुक्तं पीतवस्त्रोत्तरीयकं शङ्खं चक्रं समायुक्तम् उत्तरे चञ्जलिं स्ययेत् एवं लक्षणसंयुक्तं विष्णुरूपमिहोष्यते. The next form is of Kirat Murthy. चतुर्भुजं त्रिनेत्रं च जटामकुटसंयुतं सर्वाभरणसमायुक्तं दिव्याभरणं समाधृतं धनुर्बाणसयुक्तं रक्तं कृष्णापरशुसंयुतम् उपवीतं समायुक्तं समभागतुनूकुरु वामे गौरीसमायुक्तं दक्षिणे त्वर्जुनस्थितः अर्जुनस्वरूपम् एकवक्त्रं द्विनयनं जटामकुटसंयुतं सर्वाभरणसंयुक्तं कृताञ्जलिपुटस्थितम् एवं कैरात्यमाख्यतम्. Now, in the same space, let us all get ready. Receive the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Kirata Murthy, Chakradana Murthy, Chakradana Swarupa Murthy, Pashupata Anugraha Murthy, and Chandisha Anugraha Murthy forms of Paramashivam. Please sit still. Please chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
With the divine, with your eyes closed, is meditation. connecting with the divine. With your eyes open is Darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to Darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
नित्येश्वराय चन्द्रशेखराय गङ्गाधराय नित्यनमो नित्येश्वराय चन्द्रशेखराय गङ्गाधराय नित्यनमो नित्यानन्दाय नित्यबोलो आनन्दशयन नित्यानन्द आनन्द शयन नित्यानन्द हरे हरे बोलो हरे हरे बोलो बोलो नाथा हरे जगदीश शिव गंगाधर नित्य पुरीश बोलो नाथा हरे जगदीश शिव गंगाधर नित्य पुरीश चितचोरा यशोदा की नवनीत चोरा चितचोरा यशोदा की बाला चितचोरा यशोदा की नवनीत चोरा चितचोरा यशोदा की बाला सांब शिवो शंभो नित्य मगेश महादेव हरे नित्य मुकुंद नंत नंतना नित्य गोपाल प्रणव स्वरूप नित्य नंतना अनंत शयन नित्यानंद मंगल प्रणव नित्य गुरु चरणम नंदी वाहना त्रिपुर विहारी नित्य पुरीश शिवेंद्र कलाधर पार्वती रमण निन्नि 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 नित्यानंद चितचोरा यशोदा की नवनीत चोरा चितचोरा यशोदा की बाला चितचोरा यशोदा की नवनीत चोरा चितचोरा यशोदा की बाला नित्येश्वराय चन्द्रशेखराय गङ्गाधराय नित्यनमो नित्येश्वराय चन्द्रशेखराय गङ्गाधराय नित्यनमो नित्यानन्दाय नित्यबोलो
सार भरे जय कैलाशी जय अविनाशी सुख राशि सुख सार भरे जय स्वरूदर जय जय प्रेमागार हरे जय शशि शेखर जय डमरूधर जय जय प्रेमागार हरे जय त्रिपुरारी जय मदहारी अमित अनंत अपार हरे जय त्रिपुरारी जय मदहारी अमित अनंत अपार हरे निर्गुण जय जय सगुण नामय निराकार साकार हरे नागेश्वर वैद्यनाथ केदार हरे नित्य रामेश्वर नित्य नागेश्वर वैद्यनाथ केदार हरे मल्लिकार्जुन सोमनाथ नित्य महाकाल ओंकार हरे मल्लिकार्जुन सोमनाथ नित्य महाकाल ओंकार हरे त्रयंबकेश्वर नित्य घुष्मेश्वर भीमेश्वर जगतार हरे त्रयंबकेश्वर नित्य घुष्मेश्वर भीमेश्वर जगतार हरे काशीपति श्री विश्वनाथ जय मंगलमय अघहार हरे काशीपति श्री विश्वनाथ जय मंगलमय अघहार हरे नीलकंठ जय भूतनाथ नित्य मृत्युंजय अविकार हरे नित्यानंद पुरी ईश्वर नित्य पाहि पाहि दातार हरे नित्यानंद पुरी ईश्वर नित्य पाहि पाहि दातार हरे हर हर नित्य देव 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 हरे नित्य महेश जय नित्य भवेश जय आदि देव नित्यानंद विभो नित्य महेश जय नित्य भवेश जय आदि देव नित्यानंद विभो किस मुख से है गुणतीत प्रभु तव अपार गुण वर्णन हो किस मुख से है गुणतीत प्रभु तव अपार गुण वर्णन हो नित्य भव कारक तारक हारक पातक दारक नित्य शंभो नित्य भव कारक तारक हारक पातक दारक नित्य शंभो दीन दुख हर सर्व सुखावर प्रेम सुधाधर दया करो दीन दुख हर सर्व सुखावर प्रेम सुधाधर दया करो पार लगा दो भव सागर से बनकर करुणागार हरे नित्यानंद पुरी ईश्वर नित्य पाहि पाहि दातार हरे नित्यानंद पुरी ईश्वर नित्य पाहि पाहि दातार हरे हर हर नित्य देव 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 हरे जय मन भावन जय अति पावन शोक नशावन नित्य शंभो जय मन भावन जय अति पावन शोक नशावन नित्य शंभो विपद विदारण अदम उबारण सत्य सनातन नित्य शंभो विपद विदारण अधम उबारण सत्य सनातन नित्य शंभो सहज वचन कर जलज नयन वर धवल वरण तन नित्य शंभो सहज वचन हर जलज नयन वर धवल वरण तन नित्य शंभो मदन कदन पर पाप हरण हर चरण मनन धन नित्य शंभो मदन कदन पर पाप हरण हर चरण मनन धन नित्य शंभो विवसन विश्वरूप प्रलयंकर जग के मूलाधार हरे नित्यानंद पुरी ईश्वर नित्य पाहि पाहि दातार हरे नित्यानंद पुरी ईश्वर नित्य पाहि पाहि दातार हरे जय जय नित्य देव 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 हरे भोलानाथ कृपालु दयामय ओटर दानी नित्य योगी भोलानाथ कृपालु दयामय ओटर दानी नित्य सरल हृदय अति करुणा सागर अकत कहानी नित्य योगी सरल हृदय अति करुणा सागर अकत कहानी नित्य योगी निमिष मात्र में देते हैं नव नित्य योगी निमिष मात्र में देते हैं नव निधि मन मानी नित्य योगी भक्तों पर सर्वस्व लुटा कर बने मसानी नित्य योगी भस्व लुटा कर बने मसानी नित्य योगी स्वयं अकिंचन जन मन रंजन पर नित्य पर उदार हरे नित्यानंद हर हर नित्य देव हरे हर हर नित्य देव हरे आशुतोष इस मोहमयी निद्रा से मुझे जगा देना आशुतोष इस मोहमयी निद्रा से मुझे जगा देना विषम वेदना से विषयों की मायाधीश छुड़ा देना विषम वेदना से विषयों की मायाधीश छुड़ा देना रूप सुधा की एक बूंद से जीवन मुक्त बना देना रूप सुधा की एक बूंद से जीवन मुक्त बना देना दिव्य ज्ञान भंडार युगल चरणों को लगन लगा देना दिव्य ज्ञान भंडार युगल चरणों को लगन लगा देना एक बार इस मन मंदिर में कीजिए पद संचार करे नित्यानंद पुरी ईश्वर नित्य पाहि पाहि दातार हरे नित्यानंद पुरी ईश्वर नित्य पाहि पाहि दातार हरे जय जय नित्य देव 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 हरे दानी हो दो भिक्षा में अपनी अनपायनी भक्ति प्रभु दानी हो दो भिक्षा में अपनी अनपायनी भक्ति प्रभु शक्तिमान हो दो अविचल निष्काम प्रेम की शक्ति प्रभु शक्तिमान हो दो अविचल निष्काम प्रेम की शक्ति प्रभु त्यागी हो दो इस असार संसार से पूर्ण विरक्ति प्रभु त्यागी हो दो इस असार संसार से पूर्ण विरक्ति प्रभु परम पिता हो दो तुम अपने चरणों में अनुरक्ति प्रभु परम पिता हो दो तुम अपने चरणों में अनुरक्ति प्रभु स्वामी हो निज सेवक की सुन लेना करुण पुकार हरे नित्यानंद पुरी ईश्वर नित्य पाहि पाहि दातार हरे नित्यानंद पुरी ईश्वर नित्य पाहि पाहि दातार हरे जय जय नित्य देव 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 हरे तुम बिन बेकल हूँ प्राणेश्वर आ जाओ भगवंत हरे तुम बिन बेकल हूँ प्राणेश्वर आ जाओ भगवंत हरे चरण शरण की बांग गहो हे उमा रमण प्रिय कंत हरे चरण शरण की बांग गहो हे उमा रमण प्रिय कंत हरे विरह व्यापित हूँ दीन दुखी हूँ दीन दयालु अनंत हरे विरह व्यापित हूँ दीन दुखी हूँ दीन दयालु अनंत हरे आओ तुम मेरे हो जाओ आ जाओ श्रीमंत हरे आओ तुम मेरे हो जाओ आ जाओ श्रीमंत हरे मेरी इस दयनीय दशा पर कुछ तो करो विचार हरे नित्यानंद पुरी ईश्वर नित्य पाहि पाहि दातार हरे पुरी ईश्वर नित्य पाहि पाहि दातार हरे जय जय
We just had a beautiful darshan. We just experienced phenomenal darshan. I request all of you to take a few minutes now and share your experience, and all our live viewers that are there on YouTube and Facebook and other social media platforms. Hope all of you had a great, wonderful experience in this darshan. Now, every single one of you are having the initiation directly from Navata. Each one of your prayers, whatever that you put in the comment section, you will see how Swamiji makes it into reality. This time of darshan is extremely rare and phenomenal, profound time that just a blessed handful of us are having this as an experience. And now, with this, we're going to be continuing further with our program. Paramashivam program is going on.
And also, all the viewers that are watching it, if you enjoyed it, and you would like to be a part of this, you would like to experience this, have the live Bhava Samadhi darshans and receive Swamiji's darshans with different forms of Paramashiva, do not miss, sign up for Paramashivam.
And all the viewers, social media platforms, I just wanted to tell all of you, what we are experiencing now are the alive darshans. If you join the Paramashivam program, you will get an opportunity to sit on live two-way video conferencing, experiencing the Nayana Diksha directly with Swamiji. So if you want to experience the live darshans, then do not wait. You can jump in right away. Sign up for Paramashivam program. And with this, thank you so much for tuning in. And we'll be back with you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you, Nithyananda.